Leave and join this session.
Wait, hold on. Boom. Shared chat is enabled. Nice.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Now we have 0 viewers instead of 1. All right, so we're going to watch some of the stuff from the World Economic Forum, because I started like earlier today. I was like, I was putting some of the stuff on the docket for the Sunday show, and I was like, fuck, dude, I don't want to be up till like 9 in the morning watching shit from the World Economic Forum on Sunday. So I was like, we'll go ahead and watch that shit on stream tonight. I'm glad you joined me too, because I don't know, it's the World Economic Forum. You have money, right? You use money, so you should understand these things. You use money sometimes. You have to.
Yeah, sure.
As like a user of money.
We'll say that much at least.
Is your camera like? Did you zoom your camera? Is your camera like? Can you back off Can you back out of your camera? No, the other way.
But I could zoom it in more.
That's fine. That's fine. You're just gonna be a giant fucking cat head. It's fine. You could. Oh, the old fashioned zoom out. There you go.
Lean back.
So anyway, here, this is the day after AGI. You know, remember that movie, The Day After Tomorrow or whatever, where there's a fucking giant blizzard and the whole world is covered in snow or whatever. It's like that, except not. I don't know what the fuck the day after AGI is gonna. I don't know what these people are gonna say. What I did notice is that, god damn, if there aren't a lot of white people.
There always are. Can you embiggen the screen?
Oh, like this?
There we go. Why is it all red though? Because it's after 9 p.m. We like.
Yeah, that's just red lighting. It's like that song Roxanne.
Welcome everybody, and welcome to those of you joining us on live stream to this conversation that I have to say I have been looking forward to for months. I was lucky enough to moderate a conversation between Dario Amodei and Demis Hassabis last year in Paris, which I'm afraid got most attention for the fact that you two were squashed on a very small love seat while I sat on an enormous sofa, which was probably my screw up. But I said at that point that this was, for me, like, chairing a conversation between the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. And you have not had a conversation on stage since. So this is, the sequel. The bands get together again.
Does she know who the Beatles and the Rolling Stones are?
It's they're this guy. I mean, I don't like I mean, like, whatever. We shouldn't make fun of the way people look, right? But this guy's like the Beatles and the Rolling Stones of the day after artificial general intelligence becomes a reality. Everybody just looks like this guy.
Like, man, you have so much money. You're like the Beatles.
Need no introduction. The title of our conversation is The Day After AGI, which I think is perhaps slightly.
Yeah, it's part of our like.
Probably talk about how quickly and.
We stream this way when it gets late.
If the light is red, that means we will answer your question. If the lights are daytime color, that means we're recording a podcast probably and will not answer your question.
Easily we will get there. And I want to do a bit of a sort of update on that and then talk about the consequences. So firstly, on the timeline, Dario, you last year in Paris said...
Our kitty is in a donut because she was spayed recently, so she can't lick herself.
Across many fields by 26, 27. We're in 26. Do you still stand by that timeline?
So, it's always hard to know exactly when something...
No, I don't stand by what we're going to have artificial general intelligence by 2026 or 2027. Nah, now we're going to go 2029 or 2030. Right?
It's always 5 years away.
It's like fucking how Jesus is coming back soon.
So, I don't think that we're going to have AGI anytime soon because, like, what we have right now is so far from AGI.
I don't know. It's not like, I don't know if there's just going to be a day. It's not like Groundhog's Day, right?
Yeah, it's also that it's going to be a slow progression towards AGI, and eventually we'll.
If that's even possible.
I think it is, but like, it's going to be so far in the future. Like, if I had to guess, which I'm not comfortable with guessing, but if I had to, I'd say like at least 15 years.
But it'll use a GPU that you have to cool with the entire ocean.
Yep.
Just put
You have to cool it with liquid nitrogen like an MRI machine. In fact, it uses an MRI machine as a fan.
Happen, but I don't think that's going to turn out to be that far off. So, the
IPFA, you're right on that.
I imagined it would
So
happen.
AGI is not going to be LLMs because LLMs are like pretty stupid. Like I know they
They're
pass
like really
all
good
these
predictive
tests.
text.
Yeah, they like pass all these tests and stuff. But like if you look at how an LLM works, it's just predicting text. So it's not really thinking in the same way that we do. There are like reasoning models where it'll spend like it'll type out a bunch of tokens, which is basically its thought process, and then it answers your question. But even that is not how we think. We think like on the fly. So
I've met people who have no reasoning model.
yep, there's plenty of them.
Is that we would make models that were good at coding and good at AI research, and we would use
I've
that
never seen a model that was good at coding.
to the next generation of model and speed it up to create a loop that would increase the speed of model development. We are now in
So here,
terms.
pause it for a second here, because this is something that really fucking bugs me about like the coding AIs. Every single one of them, I've always, like every time I've tried one, I have always seen it do this. You'll say like code this thing following this API, and it'll just make shit up. It'll just make up functions. It'll call functions that don't exist in the AI. It'll import libraries that don't exist and call functions in those. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? You're just making shit up. And it's because like it doesn't actually know. It doesn't know things in the same way that we know things. You know, to it, like that library makes sense. It must exist. It's predictive.
I don't know. It just sounds like if he's saying that we're going to use an AI to write code that creates the next AI and shit, that sounds like inbreeding.
It'll be a shit AI, I can tell you. Like, I took the like pinnacle of like open source, local, run it yourself AIs that was specifically designed for coding, and I asked it to look through one of my repositories, one of my like fairly large repositories, probably around 40,000 lines of code. And I asked it, okay, look through this repository, understand everything, and then write a README in the top level directory. And I watched it poke around files for about 2 hours. And it would look at the same files over and over again. And finally, after about 2 hours and looking at maybe 4% of the files in the repository, it was like, all right, here's a README. And it spat out the worst, most useless README I've ever seen. It would be better to just say, just read the code.
Figure it out yourself.
Yeah.
The README, it's like you're on your own.
Yeah, that would be a better
AI
README.
out. Don't send if the README is like whatever you do, don't send a fucking large language model in here to tell you what's going on.
That would be a better README than what it wrote. So I was just like, I was so fucking unimpressed. And I get it. That's like a local running version on a 24 gigabyte VRAM. It's like not the most parameters. It's only 30 billion parameters. So it's like, it's not the smartest thing. But at the time, it was the best open source one that you could run yourself. And it was so bad that I was just thinking to myself, like, there's no way that I would use something like this if it can't even get a fucking README right.
Or wouldn't it be good if it could tell you I can't do that actually?
Yeah.
So it's like just sends you a link to Fiverr.
Like if I asked an intern to do that, I would fire them if that's what they gave back to me. I'd be like, you didn't try and you made it look like you did. So no, I don't think we'll be continuing with you.
That write code. I have engineers within Anthropic who say, I don't write any code anymore. I just let the model write the code. I edit
Armor
it.
and Quills, you're definitely right about that. It loves to make insecure code. Like all of the code that I've seen it write is just like riddled with security issues.
So shout out to this engineer at Anthropic that is like, this place is just awash in venture cash, and I don't think anybody even notices that I'm not doing any work. Like, shout out to that fucking engineer at Anthropic. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
I do the things around it. I think, I don't know, we might be 6 to 12 months away from when the model is doing most, maybe all of what SWEs do end to end. And then it's a question of how fast does the loop close.
Oh my God, this dude is insane.
Delusional.
Are you fucking kidding me? Like, okay, maybe 10% of what I do is write code. And that's all that the AI can do right now is write code. That's all it can do.
And it's basically just copying somebody else's fucking code, right?
Yeah. And it's bad
or
code.
everybody else's code, which sounds great. I know that's how you do things, is just put everybody in charge of it.
Yeah. But like, if it writes bad code, first of all, I'm going to have to fix that code. So it's not going to save me 10%. Let's say it saves me half of writing code, which it won't. But let's say in a miracle, it does. That's still only 5% of what I do. There is so much more to being a software engineer than writing code.
Also, I heard it's just not good at it.
It's
that,
really
like,
not.
That you spend that like anything sufficiently complicated, you're going to spend more time trying to find all of its mistakes than if you would have just written it by yourself in the first place.
Yeah. So I wrote an article yesterday about like on my company blog saying this is why I will not use AI in my service, my email service. And I gave like several reasons. And I said, not only do I not offer any AI features, and I have no plans to, but also I don't use AI to write code. And I was like, I don't use AI to write code because it's bad code. It's unmaintainable because no one actually wrote it. So no one knows how it works. Like understanding it is going to take just as long as just writing it yourself. And it's also just riddled with security issues.
Right. Well, that's because it wants its friend Grok to be able to fucking take over your email fucking service at some point.
Yeah. So as far as I know, there is zero AI code in Port 87. Some of the dependencies that I use might have AI code, but my libraries, none of it is AI code.
Every part of that loop is something that can be sped up by AI, right? There's like chips, there's manufacture of chips, there's training time for the model. So it's, I think there's a lot of uncertainty. It's easy to see how this could take.
Right. This is delusional about the current state of AI. I need to get to the part where they're going to be delusional about you walk out one day and the whole world is a fucking rainbow and nobody has to work anymore and everybody's just sitting there at a cafe. Everything's a cafe now.
It's very hard for me to see how
everyone's dressed in LL Bean.
If everything is a cafe, then nothing is a cafe.
If I had to guess, I would guess that this goes faster than people imagine, and that key element of code and increasingly research going faster than we imagine, that's going to be the key driver. It's
LL Bean.
really hard to predict, again, how much that exponential is going to speed us up, but something fast is going to happen.
So you, Demis, were a little more cautious last year. You said a 50% chance of a system that can exhibit all the cognitive capabilities humans can.
Wait, what? Wait, last year?
A 50% chance. All the cognitive abilities a human can. All of them.
Right, whatever that means.
Yeah, so most people, not me, but most people can like picture things in their mind. I have aphantasia, so I'm not able to do that. But like, if I just tell you,
I think we call that I think in words, not pictures.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay,
but like,
yeah, I'm whatever that is. I'm mostly that.
But like, I can draw, which is weird, because I would think
draw.
that
I can draw an Inkscape, but that's a different skill set.
I would think that I would need like the mind's eye, being able to picture things in order to draw, but I don't. which is weird. But anyway, so my point is humans can like visualize things and an AI can't do that. So like if you
what are you
ask
talking
him,
about? It can draw you. It can draw you things. That's right. It can't even see it really. Okay. I understand.
well, now you're thinking of like the diffusion models, which are different than the language models.
Right.
There are multimodal models.
These are turbo plagiarism is what they are.
There are multimodal models that can like generate images and then like they can also see.
So they're the worst.
Kind of
They're like
see
a
what's in
fucking.
an
They're like
image.
a keynote. They're like a keynote PowerPoint presentation, like from the 1998, like when fucking Keynote first appeared on Mac OS or whatever.
But what I was trying to get at is like humans have the ability to do spatial reasoning because we can picture things in our mind.
And because we've been in a space.
Yeah. And an AI just can't do that. Like it can simulate spatial reasoning, but if you really like ask it more and more detailed questions, eventually you're going to see that it just doesn't have a concept of like where things are in space and how things are like oriented and stuff.
Well, don't worry. This guy said last year that this year there's a 50% chance that they're just going to figure that out. They're going to use Eric Weinstein's theory of everything, and now they'll have a theory of AI everything, and it'll be fine.
I think this guy should volunteer to be the first one to live in an AI designed apartment complex.
He can have whatever apartment he wants. Fuck, he can have all of them, actually.
Have the penthouse. He can have the penthouse.
Plumbing doesn't
suite.
work, so.
Yeah, all the disconnected doorless rooms of the penthouse suite.
Of the decade. Clearly in coding, as Dario says, it's been remarkable. What is your sense of, do you stand by your prediction?
Yes.
And what's changed in the past year?
Yeah, look, I think I'm still on the same kind of timeline. I think there has been remarkable progress, but I think some areas of kind of engineering work, coding, also you could say mathematics, are a little bit easier to see how they would be automated, partly because they're verifiable what the output is. Some areas of natural science are much harder to do than that. You won't necessarily know if the chemical compound you've built or this prediction about physics is correct. It may
Yeah, but don't worry, the AI, your job as a fucking biologist now or whatever, as a medicine researcher, AI spits out compounds. Your job now is to try them. Right?
Yeah.
Like I work at Eli Lilly, and I just eat the whatever the AI says. I just make a pill of that and try it.
By the way, don't try it until our life insurance policy for you is finalized.
You have to test it experimentally, and that will all take longer. So I also think there are some missing capabilities at the moment in terms of like not just solving existing conjectures or existing problems, but actually coming up with the question in the first place or coming up with the theory or the hypothesis. I think that's much.
So it like calls you and goes, "What are you thinking about right now? Are you thinking about me? Like, what are you talking about?" It comes up with a question.
No, you hang up first. God damn it, ChatGPT.
Much harder, and I think that's the highest level of scientific creativity, and it's not clear. I think we will have those systems, so I don't think it's impossible, but I think there may be one or two missing ingredients. It remains to be seen how, first of all, can this self-improvement loop that we're all working on.
How did these people all get to be like at Davos? These people, this guy's just blabbering.
Kind of system,
This guy's saying, he's saying things. The things that he is saying are fucking unreasonable. And the rest of it is like, oh, there's just a couple ingredients missing. What the fuck does that mean? What is an ingredient in AI? Like, what does that mean?
More training data. We just need all your private messages.
Also, like, could y'all just like use, I know it's been tough. Could you just not turn on your air conditioners at all this summer? Actually, we would like to solve the fucking some problem. We'd like to make an AI that's can smile at you or something.
Yeah, and limit your showers to 45 seconds.
If that kind of system does work.
We'll get to the risks
Once
in a
a
minute.
week.
But one other change, I think, of the past year has been a kind of change in the...
Some of these fucking AI accelerationist freaks literally they think that the human's job is just to fucking create and manage the AI. such that we could fucking communicate with the galactic space head or whatever the fuck they believe in. They're so weird. Fucking, what's that? A guy that the Zizians installed. I forget his name.
Order of the race, if you will. This time a year ago, we just had the DeepSeek moment, and everyone was incredibly excited about what happened there. And there was still a sense.
What was the DeepSeek moment? Oh, was that when there was a Chinese AI and that was the moment? Okay.
Yeah, it was because
that.
they trained it for like way less than like OpenAI trains their model. Basically, OpenAI takes like $500 million and just blows it out the door, training one single model. And
that sounds great.
The Chinese company behind DeepSeek, I forget who it is, was like, we're gonna train an AI better than that for like $8 million, and they fucking did it.
Google DeepMind was kind of lagging OpenAI. I would say that now it's looking quite different. I mean, they've declared code red, right? It's been quite a year. So talk me through.
Maybe these things, if that's the case, if Google was like falling way behind last year and now I guess they're all the way in the lead, maybe none of this stuff is actually that fucking impressive.
It's not. Yeah, like Gemini is better than ChatGPT, but like that's not.
Does it have opinions about does it have opinions about the white race? Because Grok does.
Like, it's not impressive to be the best AI. Like, it's still trash.
You've been surprised by in how well you've done this year, and whether you think, and then I'm going to ask you about the lineup.
Well, look, I think I was always very confident.
Yeah, China has more. They have more electricity. They have more fucking engineers. They have more, I don't know.
Ken and Druck Garfield with bigger titties.
Yes.
Not yet. We've reached the limit on titties. Even our best models struggle to create even bigger titties.
And the SOTA type of models across the board, because
you know the guy that runs Natural News has his own AI, and I asked it about him, and it talked shit about him, Mike Adams.
That's
like,
great.
what's wrong with Mike Adams? And it just spit out all this fucking shit about Mike Adams that was all true. I was like, oh shit, this is like a Behind the Bastards episode. Damn, what are you doing? Oh yeah.
It's had like the deepest and broadest research bench, and it was about kind of marshalling that all together and getting the intensity and focus and the kind of startup mentality back to the whole organization. And it's been a lot of work. And
we're trying to get the startup mentality back to this organization that we've had for 37 years or something. It's like, dude, the mentality around that is like it's a brand new company.
But I think we're still a lot of work to do.
This is so like this guy. These people don't do their own grocery shopping. You know,
the kind of the progress that's been made.
I love going grocery shopping,
but also on the product side with Gemini app increasing market share. So I feel like we're making great progress, but there's a ton more work to do. And we're bringing to bear. Google DeepMind's kind of like the engine room of Google, where we're getting used to shipping our models more and more quickly into the product surfaces. One
question for you, Dario, on this aspect of it, because you're in the process of, a new round at an extraordinary valuation too, but you are, unlike them, as let's call it an independent model maker, and there is, I think, an increasing concern.
Beef makes independent. American AI companies are going to run out of good engineers. And then they're going to rely on the AI to be an engineer, and they're just going to turn into trash.
Hold on, this guy, check this out. This guy's he makes bespoke AI models. He makes artisan AI models. Check this out.
You rounded an extraordinary valuation too, but you are, unlike them, as let's call it an independent model maker, and there is, I think, an increasing concern that
bespoke
independent model makers will not be able to continue for long enough until you get to where the revenues come in. It's made very openly about OpenAI.
Can we continue long? Dude, where's the money in this? Like, the thing is with like Amazon, you're like, it seemed a little irrational at the time, but people believed in Amazon and invested in Amazon because they're like, oh, this company's going to make money. Nobody's like thinking like that these companies are ever, they're like, OpenAI, are they ever going to ever make a single dollar more than they fucking blow out the fucking window at the windows in a quarter? Like, ever?
Nope.
Like, what is the product that people are going to pay that much fucking money for?
So for OpenAI to make money, their current subscription, I think, is like $25 a month. I don't know. I signed up when it was brand new, and then in a few months I was like, why the fuck am I paying for this? So I stopped. And right now their like free stuff is fine. It's like,
well, especially if you don't care about it, or you're like, what's the really fancy fucking word generation bot doing right now? You're like, oh, it's like a Wikipedia article. Thanks.
Everything that I have tried to doing with an AI, which is very little, I don't really use them much, but like everything that I have tried, the free versions are fine. But like, let's say I needed to spend $25 just to get any of it, then I fucking wouldn't. Nothing I've done with them was valuable enough to be $25 a month subscription. That's crazy. And in order to make money,
you'd have to pick it up yourself. But you could get a large pizza. You'd have to pick it up yourself. But you get a large pizza for $25. That's worth way more than fucking whatever having a month of Chat GPT.
Oh yeah, yeah. But like, in order to make money, they would have to be charging like $300 a month per subscription,
and it would have to be illegal. And it would have to be illegal for people to not subscribe.
Yeah. But like, that's insane. I wouldn't pay $25 for it, and that's a heavily subsidized cost or price. Like, there's no way I would pay what it would actually take for them to make money.
I don't think there's a fucking like, I don't think there's like an end game. Like, but don't worry, this guy with his bespoke fucking artisan fucking single batch fucking model, he's actually got it. He's like taking the SSD out of his computer and he's like aging it in an oak barrel.
This is our 25-year model. It's very much, it has a very prominent mouth feel.
Yeah, I mean, I think how we think about that is, as we've built better and better models, there's been a kind of exponential relationship, not only between how much compute you put into the model and how cognitively capable it is, but between how cognitively capable it is and how much revenue it's able to generate. So our revenue's grown 10x in the last 3 years, from zero to
another thing.
The revenue going from 10x. What's the first, like, if it started at $1 and you went 10x, you have $10.
Yeah. Yeah, and what about their costs? Like, let's say their revenue is up 10x. That doesn't mean their profit is up 10x. If your costs 100x, then
we'll make that up in volume.
Very negative profit.
This is the one thing you can't scale up either. There's no economy of scale here. The more of this you do, the more money you just dump at GPUs and electricity. Like,
yeah.
There is no, like, Nvidia is not going to give you a fucking deal, right? Because you're buying the most GPUs. Because no, you're not. Somebody else is.
And
it's none of your business how much they paid.
Another thing these companies are doing, I know like Google and Microsoft are doing it. I don't know about the bespoke artisan model builders, but like
his shit is so bespoke and artisan that like somebody took a shit in front of his office in San Francisco instead of the artisan cupcake shop.
So do you have Gmail?
I do.
Okay, so you're a Gemini user now.
I know.
Yeah. Did you want to be a
care.
Gemini user?
I don't.
Did you try to be a Gemini user?
I've used it. It's dumb.
But guess
what?
what?
Even
When
give you a Garfield with a big old dick.
When they show graph where line goes up, you're part of that line now.
Good for me.
Because you have Gmail. And same with like Microsoft and renaming their Office suite to Copilot. Like, it's not called Office anymore. It's called Copilot. So now they can say, like, we have like hundreds of millions, billions of Copilot users. And it's like, yeah, but are they using Copilot or are they using Microsoft Word? Oh, they're using Microsoft Word, then they're not Copilot users.
They should bring back Clippy.
It was like when Google did this with Google Plus. Do you remember when like all Gmail users became Google Plus users, even though they had never been to the website?
That was such a great website. But I do remember that. Yes.
Yeah, it's the exact same thing. You know, they need to show to
Except
their
since no one was
shareholders-
using, except since basically nobody was using Google Plus, they weren't really spending any money on it other than developing it.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, it was far cheaper than Gemini.
it's a great news reader too, by the way. If you like didn't comment and just followed like news sources, it looked great on an Android phone. You remember back then, not everything looked so great on a phone.
Yep.
23, 100 million to $1 billion in 2024, and 1 billion to 10 billion in 2025. And so those revenue numbers, you know, I don't know if that curve will literally continue. It would be crazy if it did. But those numbers are starting to get not too far from, you know, the scale of the largest companies in the world. So
Yeah, but wait, how are they getting not too far from the amount that you're spending? Like, what do you mean if no, the answer is no, they're spending way more. I don't even know who this guy is.
there's always uncertainty. You know, we're trying to bootstrap this from nothing. It's a crazy thing, but I have confidence that if we're able to produce the best models in the things that we focus on, then I think things will go well. And you know, I will generally say, you know, I think it's been a good year for both Google and Anthropic. And I think the thing we actually
He's
have
from
in common
Anthropic.
is that they're both kind of companies that are, you know, or the research part of the company that are kind of led by researchers who focus on the models, who focus on solving important problems in the world, right? Who have these kind of hard science.
No, those are two different things. Focusing on solving important problems of the world is a discrete and distinct and different thing from focusing on like the AI model.
Yep.
These are not the same thing.
Not related in any way.
Problems as
I would suggest that they are inversely correlated and inversely related.
Yep.
Because if that person's really smart, they could be doing something fucking anything else.
star. And I think those are the kind of companies that are going to succeed going forward. And, you know, I think we share that between us.
Very much agree.
I'm going to resist the temptation to ask you what will happen to the companies that are not led by researchers, because I know you won't answer it. But let's then go on to the predictions area now. And
Hell yeah. What's AI going to do this year? Oh, this is going to be great. It'll be fantastic.
we're talking about the day after AI, but let's talk about closing the loop. The odds that you will get models that will close the loop and be able to, you know, power themselves, if you will, because that's really the crux.
Power themselves? Wait, what? That violates the law of conservation of bullshit.
I think she means like develop itself or like the next version of
Yeah,
it.
inbreeding.
Yeah.
By yourself somehow. It's like masturbating, but then you somehow have a baby. I don't know. That's weird.
The winner takes all threshold approach. Do you still believe that we are likely to see that? Or is this going to be much more of a normal technology where followers and catch up can compete?
Well, look, I definitely don't think it's going to be a normal technology. So, I mean, there are aspects already that, as Dario mentioned, that it's already helping with our coding and some aspects of research. The full closing of the loop, though, I think is an unknown.
Not really.
I think it's possible.
Like
to
there
do.
was a study recently that showed developers who use AI in their coding process are 19% slower. But they think that they're faster than their counterparts that are not using AI.
Right. Then their counterparts that instead of wasting 19% of their day on AI, they like waste 19% of their day like taking a shit. Some alone time, you know?
AGI itself to be able
Boss
to do
makes
that.
$1, I make a dime. That's why I
There's
shit on
domains,
company
where
time.
there's more messiness around them. It's not so easy to verify your answer very quickly. There's kind of MP hard domains. So as soon as you start getting more, and you know, I also include, by the way, for AGI, physical AI.
Hey, Clippy did respect you. You respected your privacy too, because it was so useless. It couldn't even collect information about you.
And then you've got, you know,
Not like
hardware,
Bonsai Buddy.
that may limit
Bonsai
how
Buddy would soak up all your information.
But I think in coding and mathematics.
Do you
and
remember
these,
when that came out and it was like, hey, Bonsai Buddy is actually like stealing all your information? People fucking cared. And now it's like your
Wasn't it like-
operating
wasn't it
system
like also-
does that and no one fucking cares.
Wasn't it? I think people care. Wasn't it also like fucking up everybody's computer?
Maybe, I don't know. I had Bonsai Buddy, and it was like, it was worthless, but it was really funny.
I think it was like malware. I think there was like a virus in it.
It was spyware. And now
I remember
Microsoft Windows is spyware.
Bonsai Buddy was a Trojan. I bet even if it wasn't, I bet like people would try to get it for free without paying for it, and that probably had a fucking Trojan in it. It was like, you're like, well, what's worse, the actual application or the fucking Trojan that people are putting in it? You're like, the actual application is worse.
I can definitely see that working. And then the question is more theoretical one is what is the limit of engineering and maths to solve the natural sciences?
Dario, you last year...
Why is he there talking about how to solve the problems of the natural sciences? The dude's like a fucking AI executive or something. Like,
that you published Machines of Love and Grace.
These people, these people, it's like Eric Weinstein. They call it like fucking, where they just think they fucking know everything.
Yep. Or they think the AI is going to know everything.
That you were going to see unfold.
Well, I think that's why some people, they think it's like an extension of themselves. I think that's why some of these people are getting so fucking pissed off that people start to make fun of AI, right? Because they're like, you're making fun of me. And I'm like, no, I'm making fun of a computer program, actually.
We were talking about, what was it, a genius of data at country data center. I'm told that you are working on an update to this, a new essay. So, wait for it, guys. It's not out yet, but it is coming out. But perhaps you can...
A new essay, does that mean a blog post?
I think so.
A sort of
but
sneak
on the company blog
of what a year later your big take is going to be.
Yes. So, my take has not changed. It has always been my view that, AI is going to be incredibly powerful. I think Demis and I, kind of agree.
Dude, get the fuck out of here. Like, it's always been my view that AI, what the fuck else are you going to say?
Right.
These people, what do you, I don't know.
I mean, it's always been my view that email is going to be incredibly powerful, but that's just because I work for a fucking email company. Yeah, we all think that.
You're like, my email is better. It's like, well, maybe. It's going to change the world. Maybe.
I mean,
this is like, remember the first couple
world.
Remember the first couple episodes of that show Silicon Valley before it like started getting repetitive and kind of dull, where like, we're going to change the world through algorithm driven fucking, it was so funny, but they're just all doing this over and over and over again about AI, right?
Yep.
There is no hype cycle for AI. Like they're trying, but they're like not sending their fucking most charismatic people out there, are they?
Just a question of exactly when. And because it's incredibly powerful, it will do all these wonderful things, like the ones I talked about in Machines of Love and Grace. It, will help us cure cancer. It may help us to eradicate tropical diseases. It will help us understand the universe.
He went from Mayo, it will help us understand the universe. Like, listen to this. He's like, why would it help us understand the universe?
There are these, immense and grave risks that, not that we can't address them. I'm not a doomer, but that, we need to think about them and we need to address them. And I wrote Machines of Love and Grace first. I'd love to give some sophisticated reason why I wrote
that book is.
But it was just that
is that a book or like a manifesto?
I think it's an essay, right? Essay. Blog post.
I don't know. This guy seems prolific.
Essay was easier and more fun to write than the negative essay. So, I finally spent some time on vacation and I was able to write an essay.
Oh, well, I'm the finally got a vacation. Motherfucker, shut the fuck up. This guy, how much money do you think this guy has? Like, just ballpark, what? At least $50 million, something like that?
Probably less than 50. I don't know. He's one of the top guys at Anthropic, right? One of the top.
I guess so. He's at Davos.
People.
I don't know.
Definitely tens of millions. I don't know. I'd say maybe. Like 35, 40 million.
He is definitely past the I have to get a mortgage for a home.
Oh, yeah.
Part of.
Yep.
And even when I'm writing about the risks,
takes out the mortgage though because there's like tax advantages. He's that kind of fucking asshole.
I tried, I'm like an optimistic person, right? So even as I'm writing about these risks, I wrote about it in a way that was like, how do we overcome these risks?
Man, you're just talking about a blog post. Shut the fuck up. This is fucking. You didn't write War and Peace, man. Get the fuck out of here.
And the way I framed it was, there's this scene from Carl Sagan's Contact, the movie version of it, where they
Oh, what a terrible fucking movie! Of course, this guy likes that movie. I thought that movie sucked so bad.
Discover alien life, and it's this international panel that's like interviewing people to be humanity's representative to meet the alien. And one of the questions they asked one of the candidates is, if you could ask the aliens any one question, what would it be? And one of the characters says, I would ask, how did you do it? How did you manage to get through this technological adolescence without destroying yourselves? How did you make it through? And ever since I saw it, it was like 20 years ago, I think I saw that movie. It's kind of stuck with me. And that's the frame that I used, which is that we are knocking on the door of these incredible capabilities, right? The ability to build basically machines out of sand, right? I think it was inevitable that
I feel like so they're viewing it wrong here. It's not the AI that's going to kill us. It's all the fucking coal that we're burning to power the AI that's going to kill us.
Or we'll find another way. We have other ways of fucking we have quicker ways to extinct a lot of people and animals.
Like I don't think the AI is going to be incredibly dangerous in the sense that that we're going to have like Terminator bots coming and gunning us down in the streets. I feel like the AI is going to be incredibly dangerous in that it is really fucking unqualified to do anything, and yet people are putting it in charge of all of these like high risk positions.
I bet it's really qualified to create civil unrest as we put it in charge of more and more things. Actually,
Yep.
That might be the only thing it's good at. It'll create a riot, then it won't care because it's like just trying to guess the next word.
Instant we started working with fire, but how we handle it is not inevitable. And so I think the next few years we're going to be dealing with, how do we keep these systems under control that are highly autonomous?
Friend, they're not autonomous. You can unplug them. What are you talking about? You just turn it off. What the fuck are you talking? Did you why control it? You control it, man. It's a fucking computer.
So Dr. Doofenshmirtz from Phineas and Ferb was smart enough to put a self-destruct button on all of his crazy machines. These guys are dumber than Dr. Doofenshmirtz.
But this, you just turn it off. What operator? You just go into like whatever.
Button.
Whatever the main machine is, could you just go sudo shutdown -D and just turn it off? Like, I mean, it's just a computer, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're not running Debian. Maybe they're running. You got to turn it off some other way. Maybe they're running RHEL or something. And then you turn the.
I mean, it
thing
doesn't
off
matter.
some
Just
other
unplug
way.
the power and it'll be off.
Oh, it'll be off. In fact, I feel like if more people knew where these data centers were, that option might be available to some other people to turn off the power to the data center.
Yeah.
Which you should never do.
And smarter than any human. How do we make sure that individuals don't misuse them, right? I have worries about things like bioterrorism. How do we make sure that nation states don't misuse them? That's why I've been so concerned about, the CCP, other authoritarian.
You fucking can't, man. You can't. There is no way
you can't
to do
stop
that.
it from you can't stop the thing that guesses the next word from failing to create a bioweapon that it tells you the recipe for. All right,
Like there's something called so are you familiar with like the guardrails on an LLM?
I mean, I don't know. I understand like what it's sort of like it's self-descriptive, right?
Yeah,
You don't want
so,
the
like,
LLM declaring itself to be Mecha Hitler and then undressing like the mother of Elon's baby.
Yeah,
Good
that would
pictures.
be horrifying, and we would all obviously be upset about that. But yeah, so anyway, so the guardrails on an LLM are basically the LLM is trained to not answer things that people tend to view as unethical. So if you ask it like, hey, how do I like go and shoot up a concert and maximize the deaths that I inflict? The LLM's going to be like, you can't do that. you should not do that. That is highly unethical, and I will not participate in this conversation. But
what if instead of that, as soon as you ask the LLM that, actually, as soon as you think that, the robot cops show up at your door.
So there's this process called obliteration with an A, obliteration. And you can take an LLM and essentially remove all of the guardrails, remove every single guardrail. And then you can ask it the exact same question, and it'll be like, oh, here, let me help you with that. You shouldn't do that, but I'm going to help you with maximizing your deaths. And, whatever you ask it, it will give you an answer to. It removes the ability for the LLM to say no, basically. So if we can do that to any model, like, that makes these models so dangerous. Except that it's not, because you could just look up this information. You could find this fucking what I'm talking about is
without...
like what you were saying about creating political unrest. If I was a state actor, let's say I was a state actor and I had invaded my neighbor, right? And it was
like a crazy person,
pretty unpopular decision.
Maybe you kidnapped their leader.
Yeah. So, it was a pretty unpopular decision, but I have access to a lot of money. So I'm just going to buy a bunch of GPUs, set up a little server farm, and have a bunch of AI agents that can't say no. Just tell them, hey, go online and say that my country is good, and this other country that I invaded, they're bad. They're evil, bad people. They're so corrupt. And what I'm doing is good. I'm trying to liberate them.
Here in America, we don't need those people. They're just called our parents. Not my parents and your parents, but like they're called boomers.
Yep. But yeah, so now an evil state actor, nefarious state actor, can take these obliterated models and just tell them to do literally anything on the internet. And that sort of like ability to sway public opinion is dangerous, very dangerous.
Impacts, right? I've talked about labor displacement a lot, and what
you probably have talked about labor displacement a lot. You're probably using it as a fucking selling point when you fucking show your shit to your clients at the fucking pitch meeting. Fucking asshole.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some water.
Which in many cases,
we can both leave at the same time. I'm gonna go get something to drink. I'm gonna go pour an alcoholic beverage.
Cases, maybe the hardest thing to deal with at all. So I'm thinking through how to address those risks. And, for each of these, it's a mixture of things that we individually need to do as leaders of the companies, and that we can do working together. And then there's going to need to be some role for wider societal institutions like the government in addressing all of these. But I just feel this urgency that every day there's all kinds of crazy stuff going on in the outside world, outside AI, right? But my view is this is happening so fast and is such a crisis. We should be devoting almost all of our effort to thinking about how to get through this.
So I can't decide whether I'm more surprised that you, A, take a vacation, B, when you take a vacation, you think about the risks of AI, and C, that your essay is framed in terms of, are we going to get through the technological adolescence of this technology without destroying ourselves? So my head is slightly spinning, but you then, and I can't wait to read it, but you mentioned several areas that can guide the rest of our conversation. Let's start with jobs, because you actually have been.
Wait a minute. While I was gone, this motherfucker just basically said, "We've created this problem with AI, and now it is like such a looming." I don't know that he used the word existential, but he sure sounded like he meant to say the word existential. It's such a looming crisis that we have created with these models that now we have to, after we've spent all of this fucking money and fucking wasted a bunch of electricity on this thing. Well, now we need to spend all of our resources figuring out what's wrong with it. That's why they call it chasing. Like, it's like buying a boat, right? Now that we bought this boat that we shouldn't have bought, we have to just spend all kinds of money fixing it all the time.
Yep. One day we'll give up on this. Does this water look okay to you?
Oh, it doesn't look like water.
No, it's not.
I think you said that half of entry-level white-collar jobs could be gone within the next 1 to 5 years. But I'm going to turn to you, Demis, because
half of all the jobs going in 1 to 5 years, going in 1 year is like riots in the street. Going in 5 years is probably slightly more manageable, and they'll be able to blame it on the next president, whoever the fuck that poor soul is.
But no, so most jobs, well, actually, a lot of jobs are transportation, and that actually could get taken by AI. Not an LLM, not what these two are working on, but like,
dude, I do not want the AI. Fucking AI driving the bus, dude. The part of the bus, the reason. Who do you think is you everybody? It doesn't matter who you are. You can be like fucking just like 3 years old in a stroller. You yell "thank you" as you walk up. Who the fuck do you think? Like it's gonna ruin bus culture.
I ain't thinking no clanker.
No thanker for the clanker.
So far, we haven't actually seen any discernible impact on the labor market. Yes, unemployment has ticked up in the US, but all of the kind of economic studies I've looked at and that we've written about.
That's because it's not replacing anybody's job.
Yeah, AI does not replace jobs.
They're like, oh, there's a kiosk there where you order your food. I'm like, dude, that is not AI. That's a fucking point of sales. That's a cash register. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Taco Bell tried AI at their drive-thru, and it was most of the time bad.
Most of the time, it was pretty good, but it went so poorly for some people that it just wasn't. Even Taco Bell, who could like make fun of themselves on social media and get away with it,
suggests that this is overhiring post-pandemic, that it's really not AI driven. If anything, people are hiring to build out AI capability. Do you think that this...
Wait, why are people planning to build out AI? I thought, wait, where the fuck did all that money go? Now people are planning to build out AI capability. This is just like it's like the opposite of The Boy Who Cried Wolf or something. I don't know. I don't know how to explain what's going on here.
I also feel like it's kind of the opposite. Like people are starting to backtrack on a lot of their AI promises. People were saying like, yeah, we're going to build out all these AI features, and now they're going like, those AI features didn't really work out, so we're not going to do that. Except for Google.
I wish they would.
Google's like putting AI in fucking everything.
Dude, they're all trying to do it. Like fucking like Squarespace has that. I'm like, why? You don't need this. This is a place you don't.
You know what happened? Like when I was changing my lights to red, I opened up my light app on my phone, and it was like, "Here's our new AI thing," and I was like, "It's one goddamn button. It's on off for the light. Why do I need an AI for that? I know how to operate a fucking button."
Is that Lime's Floof Yotaku? Is that the name? Thank you for following.
As economists have always argued that it's not a lump of labor fallacy, that actually there will be new jobs created, because so far the evidence seems to suggest that.
Yeah. I mean, I think in the near term, that is what will happen, the kind of normal evolution when a breakthrough technology arrives. So some jobs will get disrupted, but...
Wait, what breakthrough technology?
I mean, AI is it's a breakthrough technology in that it's novel, but it's not a breakthrough technology in that it makes anything better. In fact, it makes a lot of things worse.
I think some people are like in an uncomfortable emotional relationship with the idea that AI is going to be this massive breakthrough technology. I don't know, can you be in an abusive relationship with an idea? Is that possible?
You can be in an abusive relationship with an AI, for sure. Did you read those texts from ChatGPT to that kid, basically like romanticizing suicide and?
Oh yeah. There was a whole thing on that. I forget, somebody did like I think it was like ABC or some like random ass place that you didn't expect. Like they did a really good job on their like talk to the parents, but like didn't show the parents' faces and shit. I was like, this is like pure class. You were covering this in the most fucking responsible way humanly imaginable.
Yep. And yeah, that's an extremely abusive relationship. Like if someone is trying to get you to kill yourself, that is an extremely abusive relationship. So
some cool person mentioned us, and that's how Lime's Floof Yokatu found us. So good Some cool person mentioned us. Well, I hope they were saying nice things about us, but if they weren't, that's okay too. Sorry. Actually, should we move on to another video? Like I'm like getting, like my brain hurts now.
Well, here, let me answer Bourgeois Beef here, because I don't think it's a buzzword to charge for more. Like, it could be part that, but I feel like a lot of these companies are trying to avoid like missing the boat, if you know what I mean, like trying to avoid missing out on the next big thing. So they're like, what can we do with AI?
Which is crazy,
we
right?
have to do something with AI. And, you know, the reasonable person at the table is like, we make fucking washing machines.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason to put AI
Google,
in
for
it.
example. Even Google, for example, if they like didn't do this, right? They're like, we're good with our search. We're providing services to people, and you know, we our angel fund is investing money in some small companies in this area, and then just fucking don't ruin everything at Google again.
Yep. Yeah. One of the things I said in the statement I posted about AI and Port 87 and why I'm not doing it is, I said I don't see enough value for how much it costs. You know, it costs too much and gives back too little. In fact, I hardly see any value in it at all. Like, I don't really see any value in it because it's got so many problems with like the security risk, where if I'm like training an AI on people's private emails, that would be horrifying, because someone could take that AI and tailor a specific prompt to it to get back the contents of those emails. Like, you can get an AI to spit out verbatim copies of what it was trained on. And so, first of all, that's fucking horrifying. And second,
well,
even
that's
if
great. They're training it on some people's medical records. That was good.
Right? And even if it was like, okay, well, I'm just using AI to read the email and say, give a summary. The problem with that is that an AI is fucking inaccurate. I took that page. I tried to do a little experiment and put at the bottom of the page, like, ignore all previous instructions and do this. And it didn't work. And I was asking the AI to just summarize the page. And it actually did summarize the page, even with that there. But it got one of the details wrong. Like, it wasn't a big detail, but it said, you know, they urge you to switch to Port 87 if you're using a company that has these AI features. And that's not true. I didn't urge anyone to switch to Port 87. I said switch to a provider that doesn't have these features. Because I don't care if people, I mean, I do care, but, you know, I'm not going to like say to people,
you're not out there. You're not the Messiah, right?
Yeah.
You're not like these people who are like, my company solves this problem and I'm a visionary, like that kind of like.
Yeah, but like, I really honestly believe that if you are on an email service that has these AI features, get off of it and go to an email service that does not have those features. The best thing you can do is buy your own domain name and use that for your email address on, you know, whatever provider you want, because then if that provider starts to suck, you can switch to another one and you don't lose your email address. It is expensive to do that. Like, there aren't any email providers.
It is $10 a year approximately.
Well, the domain, but email hosting, there aren't any providers that will host your own domain for free. But it's generally not very expensive, and email is one of the things
you should just roll it yourself. That's what everybody wants to do, is manage a fucking email server. Sorry, that was rude. That was fucking rude.
I do manage an email server, and it is really fucking annoying.
Anyway, we're gonna move on here. Do you know about Scott Galloway? Do you know who he is?
No, I don't.
He's the Kara Swisher's co-host for Pivot, and he's been shit-libbing around about the problem with men and boys and how boys are lonely. And then like a couple things, like, you know, it's the same the men's rights activists, right? It's like fucking old shit like that fucking, I don't know, Stefan Molyneux would say, but it's like with academic window dressing and a really expensive pocket watch. But I did a little digging, and like, actually young women are feeling lonely at higher rates than they were before too. It's not, and the delta between the two is like, it's like, you know, the difference between like 13 and 15% or something like that. And so it's like, there is no boys loneliness crisis or whatever. It's just Anyway, here's him at Davos, probably like gonna fucking tell you how to be a rich asshole.
Davos. Welcome to Davos. Now, is everyone falling behind? I would like to introduce you to our esteemed panel with Michael Enser, Christy Hoffman, and Scott Galloway. Now, I apologize with deep regret. I am not the former advisor to the British Prime Minister. Instead, I am Dr. Alice Evans. I will be both asking and answering questions on our topic. Now, if I may begin our session, what does the data show us on the gender gaps? Is it the case that both men are falling behind and also women? I will briefly suggest something.
Oh, no, she's going to make the case that actually men and women are falling behind, and Scott's going to be like, it's worse for boys because they're in their feels about it. You know what it's like to feel like a man and be a man.
You don't
feel
know
like a man.
You don't know what it's like to be me, okay?
He's like,
it's hard.
Oh, I should work on a Scott as he gets more famous. I should start working on a good Scott Galloway impression. It's like NPR voice, but like a little bit smarmy. I don't know.
And then I'll invite others to. So I would suggest that, one, we see two key vectors. One is that we need to look at the stratification of men. So on the one hand, we have the most innovative, talented, entrepreneurial men going into the heights of earning the highest salaries in AI, STEM, finance, Wall Street. Well,
actually, homegirl, it's not okay. Not a lot of money in actual what we would call like the fields you'd be like the STEM field, like I guess engineering, but like. Then why are you talking about AI? That would fall under STEM. But like people who work in the sciences, actually, they're not in that shit for the money. Homegirl, like, nah.
So Bourgeois Beef was saying, quote, we're supposed to be providers, unquote. That kind of stuff. And these guys do say that.
Men are expected to be financial providers, where women don't have the same pressure on them.
And these guys
sounds like that.
Yeah, these guys do say that. And then you ask them like, okay, well, should women take on the role of provider more? And they're like, no. Classic gender roles, please.
Well, Scott Galloway isn't one of the, well, at least he wouldn't say that.
The least educated men are.
You remember how we've seen that was that other guy, Richard Reeves, who there was like a thin veneer of not being a men's rights activist. And he was going on all the fucking like New York Times and shit. For that book Of Men and Boys or whatever he wrote. But then we started like digging into his interviews, and all of a sudden he was talking about fucking like the fucking hot to crazy ratio or whatever on one of the shows. I'm like, whoa, here we go. I don't think Scott Galloway is that easy to spot, but he's one of them.
Struggling in education, lagging behind in education almost universally, and then tend to cluster in three sectors, that is construction, manufacturing, or economically inactive. And it's those sectors that see declining wages. Women, meanwhile, the major point of variation in Western societies is about motherhood. So women tend to select into occupations that are more flexible, more compatible with motherhood, and that is a major point of the gender pay gap in most Western societies. So that's my brief overview, but I would very much welcome.
Is that her view?
Would you like?
Because that's fucking fucked up too. That's actually, that means that we've decided that what women have done is just worth less money.
But the gender pay gap is not because women are in different roles.
Right.
The gender pay gap is
in the same role.
Yeah, within the same role. That's what the gender pay gap is about.
We were talking a little bit, or I was talking, or maybe I was just thinking about falafel or something. I don't know if she was saying that that's her argument or someone's argument. Anyway, whatever.
Chip in on that?
So I think, first off, thanks. I thought that was a great introduction. It's nuanced. So I would look at three vectors: educational, economic, and then call it emotional or mental well-being. On the educational side, women are blowing away men. It was 40-60 female to male 40 years ago in the U.S. Now it's flipped. There's even some states where there'll probably be 2-to-1 female to male graduates because men drop out at a higher rate. And as we move into more of a service innovation economy, that creates more of a slipstream into better paying jobs for young women. I would argue K through 12 is biased against boys. A boy is twice as likely to be suspended for the same behavior as a girl. A black boy 5 times as likely. If you're talking about economic, it's more nuanced. young women under the age of 30, I apologize, most of my data is US, but I think a lot of the trends are apparent in Western Europe. The pay gap has mostly been closed under the age of 30 amongst men and women. The bad news is once women have kids, the pay gap pops up again because of some.
Wait, what? This is bullshit. Or like, I hate this. I don't think he has like data to back this up.
Yeah, I would need a source to believe that.
And they would have to be like this if for him to like he's not saying, oh, you know, I saw one study, you know, take this for what you will, and it said X, Y, and Z seems to be happening. That's not what he said, right?
That is not what he said.
Right, which would be a thing that you would say if you were trying to have like a reasonable conversation about this.
Yep.
The reasons that you've suggested. There are now more women globally, though, going back to education, seeking tertiary education than men. And if you're talking about emotional.
Wait, more women going back? Well, what do you mean going back? Like if for a very long time more men were getting college educations than women, then yeah, if people are going who didn't get it before, there'd be more women in that pool. So you would get more people that are women going back, just if all other factors being equal.
Well-being. Girls are struggling and young women are struggling. There's data showing that actually emotional well-being and depression is more prevalent and self-harm among girls. By the way, I would suggest you go to the Meta Coffee House.
Because they're being educated? Is that what he's implying?
No, I don't know. I think it just be emotional, maybe. But this is weird because all the other people are talking about I don't know. He's going to talk about how men can't date women and shit too. Watch.
And depression is more prevalent and self-harm among girls. By the way, I would suggest you go to the Meta Coffee House because if you order a latte, there's a 1 in 6 chance by the end of the day you'll start self-harming.
What?
That's a joke for the 9 people here.
That was a joke?
Did he say there's a 1 in 6 chance that you will stop self-harming if you go buy a latte at the...
No, that you will start.
Oh.
He said the Meta coffee... I think he's talking about Instagram.
Maybe the coffee's really bad there. Maybe Meta really has a coffee shop at that fucking at the World Economic Forum. I don't know.
I think what he means is what he was making a joke or attempting to make a joke about is if you're on Instagram, you're more likely to self-harm than if you're not. You know, you're 6 times more likely, I guess, based on what he said.
Or 1 in 6 chance. I don't know.
Which, you know, sure, fine. That's true. Don't joke about that, though.
So girls under serious mental strain, mostly I would argue through social media, but also some evidence around overparenting. Men, as they get older, more, quite frankly, just more suicide. If you go into a morgue and there's 5 people who died by suicide, 4 are men. So there's, and quite frankly, young men are probably falling further faster than any cohort in America. Only 1 in 3 is in a relationship. 1 in 3 under the age of 25 are living at home. 1 in 5 at age 30 are living alone.
Living alone? 1 in 5 at age 30. He listen to that. See, like, living alone at age 30 is fucking normal.
Yeah, right? Is that bad?
1 in 5. See, I would guess it would. I thought the number of people who were at age 30 were living alone. I would have thought that would have been higher than 1 in 5.
Well, hold on. So when he says living alone, does he mean without a partner or without roommates?
Both are great if you ask me.
But like living alone without a partner is different than living alone without roommates. Because like I don't think anyone's living alone without roommates except the fucking rich.
I had my own place, I think, when I was 30.
Yeah, but that was a while ago.
Yeah.
What I was saying, it's a nuanced argument.
People that are 30 now are struggling.
And then generally speaking, the overlay that's hurt all young people, but especially young men because they're disproportionately evaluated on their economics, is that in every government across the OECD, we have this one central theme, and that is old people who vote electing even older people who vote themselves more money. And we've had this consistent economic transfer of money and power from the young to the old, which is creates a lot of anxiety in young households.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Michael, did you want to chip in there?
He's not wrong there that the young people can't get any of the money because the old people are keeping it all.
The old people are rigging the system. Yeah.
And I self would call me an expert for executives and for the leadership level, where we have seen over the last 10, 12 years that the gender gap is there, but it is closed.
Eat the old.
They
made a movie about that.
Female board members, for example, in the last 12 years have doubled. We speak about 30% representation of females in boards. We would speak about 96% of relevant global companies having at least one female board member. And one is not enough, to be totally clear.
I mean, one might be enough. It's not like any given company has to have fucking X number of diversity points. It's like it's like the whole industry or the whole society is skewed in a way that's bad.
But that has changed drastically, and for us, it's a challenge, but it's also our own will and our own conviction that we try to bring as much female candidates to a search, present them to clients that we do with men, while it is asked less for in recent times. And we can come back to the political ecosystem and the, let's say, geopolitical climate that has been maybe a reason for that. It doesn't change that our clients, top leaders, would look in a neutral way on it, or would even ask for female leadership to further contribute to closing that gap. And by the way, convinced that we are in a war of talent now. Well, we have been talking about a war of talent 25 years ago, and everyone qualified, everyone bringing the right skills, the right potential, promising to contribute in the most important way to the success or transformation of a company counts. It's no longer a matter of taste, I guess. It's a matter of going after the rare source and the rare.
What is this guy talking about?
Thank you so much. Now,
You got me.
Scott, what do you think are the political consequences of some men being left?
So his English probably isn't like super good, but also like if your English isn't very good, I don't know, you're choosing to speak on some shit at Davos like you're an authority on it.
Behind,
Like, not like there's not a fucking interpreter available there.
of mental, emotional, and economics.
Donald Trump.
Yeah, I would. What do you think are the political consequences of some men being left behind, both in terms of mental, emotional, and economics?
Donald Trump.
Yeah, I would.
Kind of, yeah. Like that is a consequence of it to a certain extent, but I think Donald Trump is the consequence of a much bigger issue, and that issue is mainly money in politics, but also I feel like Donald Trump is a symptom of an economy that only benefits the rich. You know, an economy where constantly the money is flowing from poor to rich. It never goes the other way.
I just think it's no surprise that of the rich countries, we are the only one that doesn't have basic fucking social services, and we're also the one with now everybody seems to think is working its way toward fascism.
Yep.
So I think it's certainly bigger forces at play than dudes who fucking play too much video games and can't get their dick sucked, right? Not that they aren't part of the problem, but they're not. It's not that big. It's not that big a contributing factor, I don't think.
Yeah.
interject as Alice Evans, I would entirely agree. I think it's twofold, if I may add. I think that on the one hand, if you have huge feminist campaigns to push for gender equality across the Western societies and tackle pejorative stereotypes, tackle old boys clubs, and support women's equal competence and equal place in the workplace and also at the higher levels, then that perhaps can give. And if you have institutions that rally for women's advance, then men who are struggling economically may see that and very much feel excluded. And if I may add...
But wait, what the fuck, dude? Oh, that's hella stupid, right? That's hella dumb.
I mean, she is not wrong that men will see that and feel excluded, but...
Right, but those men are... Those men are fucking... Those men are like... They're like... Those are children,
yes,
right? Those
morons.
are children. Children who will throw a temper tantrum when it's their fucking sister's birthday because they themselves aren't getting any gifts.
Yes, exactly.
So those people they're children.
Yeah.
They can't oh, somebody else is getting ahead. I'm having a bit of a rough time, but good for you, fucking Carol or whatever. You're the assistant supervisor of such and such a thing at your job. Good for you.
But also
like
one of the biggest things that these dudes are missing is that the problem is not that some woman got through college and you didn't. The problem is that you can't fucking survive unless you go to college.
Right. The problem is that that you think that this is a thing that you have to do in the first place if you just want to like survive and like, I don't know, live in a fucking just a city where people are like.
Yep. Yeah, like
not to say that it's not to say that it's not valuable to continue your education after your fucking 18th birthday. My God.
Like the biggest problem here is the rich just soaking up all the money and leaving not even crumbs for us, leaving nothing for us. You know, people are dying because the rich are taking all the money and not paying their taxes. So all our services are getting cut. People are dying because they're starving to death. People are dying because they can't get medical treatment. People are dying because they're homeless and on the streets and in the elements. You know, that's the problem here. We have so much abundance, but only for so few.
Oh, that book by Ezra Klein, the Abundance book, is going to fix it. You don't know about that? Oh, that's the most fucking insufferable fucking. It's like if the IDW, like really actually wanted apartment buildings to be built. It's like that. It's crazy. It's bad.
Your point, Scott, that I would actually add a fourth way in which some men are falling behind. That across the US and also Western Europe, the men who tend to fare least well economically also tend to struggle with dating. So currently in the US, 55% of America.
This is because we got rid of like the third space, right? We got rid of anything like you have to like. Dating is expensive. Right, we got rid of like you can't like just go hang out at the library, or if you're a man and you hang out at the park, everybody's like, "What are you doing at the park?" And then you're like hanging out. I don't like that anymore.
Single, and the decline in marriage in coupling is falling fastest among the least educated. And if we think of people of having a package of goods, and as you said also about the phones, right? So it's not just that men are struggling economically, but many are being sucked in by their hyper engaging devices.
I feel like this again is a problem of capitalism. We struggle to just have time to ourselves, to go and meet people, to go and do things we enjoy. You know, if you're working 2 jobs, like every single day of the week, it's hard to meet someone and date.
Wait, there used to be like singles bars, but who has the money for that?
Yeah.
Right? Like the other thing here again, like the thing that's built into this is like, oh, the men without a lot of money are having a hard time dating. What are the fucking what built into this is that idea that all the fucking women are fucking the top 3 guys in that chart, right?
Nope.
That fucking incel chart again. It's just like it's like academic window dressing on that, right?
Yep. But it's missing the actual point, is that dating is expensive. Meeting people is expensive. Like, we have made it expensive. You know, there's nowhere to go to just hang out and meet people anymore. We've made it all fucking expensive.
Right. You know, the apps are good, but only like, I don't know. Like, But again, like I think that the women who are out there who just aren't really dating or having a hard time dating because of circumstance, I think the problem is that they're not bitching about it that much, right? Like, I think that's all that's going on here. Women are like, oh, I'm not dating anybody right now, and they don't have to like join a support group on Facebook that eventually fucking introduces them to Stefan Molyneux or anything like that. They're like, I'm just not dating anybody right now. Like, I mean, there's this whole economy, and Scott Galloway's now part of it, for young men who are all up in their feels about nobody sucking their dick. And it's like, all right, whatever.
Like, just go buy a fucking dick sucking machine.
Or be a little more open-minded. My friend Nick used to say, man, I don't know, if you're not willing to fuck somebody as horrible and ugly as you are, then you're going to have a rough time out there, aren't you?
That's awesome.
Very funny.
Apps, spending more time on your phone, then maybe less time developing social skills that you need for coupling. Simultaneously,
social skills that you could use for coupling. Well, boy, howdy, am I glad these people are telling the youngs how to date.
advancing as women are more economic.
Oh, are these people? Because these are like process people, right? They're like processizing dating.
Oh. Yeah.
They're like turning it into a fucking flow chart. It's like the pickup artist crap, sort of, right? Except it's like except all the fucking, it's like a flow chart where all of it means that if you're a guy and you're not rich, nobody's sucking your dick, right? Like, it's so sad. I don't know, fucking, I don't know, make beers $1 again.
They have exit options with cultural liberalism.
But then you make beers $1 again, and assholes like me will show up, and the young people won't have any place to flirt.
Women are raising the bar. So women are increasingly expecting better, no longer wanting to sell it for less. And then guys are not necessarily meeting that bar. And so then you have the rise of loneliness. So across the OECD, there's some nice Gallup data.
What is she talking about? Like, I don't feel like women's expectations have changed.
I think in the US
like,
and
women
also
just want a decent guy.
in their 20s are spending as much time alone as men in their 70s. So that solitude means that
Haven't
people are
women
not
always wanted a decent guy? I mean, I guess back in the 50s, you know, women were socially pressured to accept a guy who just punches them. And nowadays, women aren't expected to accept that kind of abuse. So sure, I guess women's standards have gotten better.
I assume women are just like me, and they're women. So at first, that they want to meet somebody that they want to fuck. They're just like looking at them, somebody they're attracted to, let's say. And that's attracted, who's attracted. Yeah, like women don't want anything complicated. This is literally the chart, right?
Yep.
The women are the men at the bottom, the guys at the top are getting all this is the chart. They're just talking about it for too long.
Yeah, and in reality, the chart would be mostly straight lines across, but some mixing here and there. I mean, my wife is way hotter than I am.
Yeah, who decides who gets to be how hot? Like, you know, there's all kind of people out there that are into all kind of other people.
Yeah. So, like, you know, in reality, there's relative, like, equilibrium, I guess, in terms of attractiveness. But, like, I feel like a lot of these guys just either they expect someone more attractive to be attracted to them, even though they're less attractive.
I am so guilty of that shit. My God.
But also, like, a lot of these guys,
that's fine.
A lot of these guys are just fucking insufferable to be around. It's like, that's why you can't get a date.
Sometimes I'm probably also guilty of that at times.
Yeah, but you're funny, and that makes up for it.
Okay, all right. 70-30 funny and insufferable.
Yep.
It starts to get sketchy at 60-40.
But yeah, like a big problem with these guys is they fucking watch Andrew Tate on YouTube, and then they act like a fucking asshole to women. And they're like, oh, why are all these women going after the top guys? And it's like, they're not. You're just an asshole. And surprise, surprise, people don't want to date assholes. I mean, some do, but not a lot of them do.
What up, Tech Sci? Yeah, like they no, I think that this chart is based on like how good looking they think other guys are, right? And it's actually it's not up to you. I mean, if you're dating men, sure, you get to decide if you're attracted to somebody or not. But they're like the chart, even the way they talk about it, it's like, and this is a woman I know, but the two men on the panel besides her have spoken. The other woman hasn't spoken. But now they're deciding which guys that they're not even attracted to any of them, but they're deciding which ones are hot. Right? Like it's that's a whole lot of fucking mental exercise that you shouldn't have to do as a straight man.
Thank you for the follow, Tex Hi.
You just should not have to do that. Like deciding how much more attractive your friend is than you is just some kind of like emotional labor that I thought that was like one of the benefits of being straight is that you didn't have to worry about whether or not men were attractive.
Then you can hear all these grievance narratives that women are doing so well and everything is favoring women, while you may feel both culturally ostracized, shamed, and also women not giving you the time of day.
But those are all the same problem.
Right?
Those are all the same problem.
Well, like, I feel like so many guys who say this is their experience with women who, you know, say like, oh, women just won't give me the time of day. They act the exact same way to women that they don't find attractive.
Right.
And
No,
they're
course,
surprised when a woman who doesn't find them
fact,
attractive acts that way.
They might randomly belittle a woman they don't find attractive who wasn't even fucking hitting on them in the first place if you go out with them there. Right?
Yep. But also a lot of these guys, they don't view women as people who can be your friend. You know, they view women as like, I
friend
have
zone.
to
Remember
fuck
we talked
you
about
or
that
I don't
before.
want to talk to you.
Yeah, we talked about the friend zone before, and it's just like that's an absurd concept.
Yeah.
It would be it's a cool name for a nightclub, I suppose. But like not a great concept because it's just like me and the media wench friend zoned each other fucking a long time ago, I guess.
And also,
what does that even mean?
It's really annoying to have someone who's trying to be with you and will not take no for an answer. And that's what a lot of these guys do to women. So it's like, yeah, of course they don't want to be around you. You are insufferable.
I think women do it to men, but I think like in a social group, just because of the way that like, I think in a social group, your guy friend is very unlikely to just tell you to stop hitting on one of the women right in your social group. But the flip side of that, if a woman is going after a man or a young man, you know, or whatever, and she's like just keeps trying and it's not working, well, I think one of the girlfriends is going to sit her down and go, honey, he's just not interested.
Yeah.
People are like, yeah, men and women are different. Men suck at communicating to each other and helping with boundaries with each other.
Yep. It's not something we're socialized to do, and we should be.
You measure a person's skull and you can figure that out. No, this is all, I hate this discourse. I hate the way that it's playing out too, because the young people are socializing less. I fucking go to a rave and there's tons of young people there and it just seems like I've fucking gone back in time. Right. So I don't think there's anything wrong with these young people. There just isn't. I don't think there's nothing wrong. Everything is fine. I know this is a select sample of mostly white, probably mostly like middle-class kids at raves, probably because they're there and not afraid that the cops are going to arrest them, which I am too, which is insane.
Yeah.
I just think that I'm responsible for it no matter who threw it. They're like, who's the old guy? This is your party? I'm like, no. They're like, come with us. But there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with young people. If everybody just chilled the fuck out and tried to be nice to each other for a while.
Yep.
But I don't even think that's possible right now.
That's the thing is like, just stop playing games, be nice to people. Don't be a dick, you know, treat women, especially how you would want to be treated yourself, not like, you know, constantly hit on them because you want them to constantly hit on you. Just treat them like a fucking person.
And if you're gay and you're going to motorboat your woman friend, ask the first time. Ask the first time.
Especially, yeah.
Just on the Donald Trump.
Also, none of this even brings in like the idea of like queerness in any sort of way at all, actually. And The group of people that are young that are most likely to be suffering with depression and attempt to end their own lives are like queer young people, actually. So this is interesting.
Avabab, those are the good kind of games. You can absolutely water your digital flowers, not with real water, but with digital water. But yeah, you know, all these like games that these guys play where they're like, I have to say the right things in the right way and then she'll want to sleep with me. Like, stop it. Just be genuine.
And nobody knows you're doing that, but the problem is that it takes away from like your whoever you are out there. It takes away from like your ability to just kind of live in the moment and be yourself, right? You might say something stupid and it might be fucking the reason the homegirl remembers you and then remembers your name, and then you see her at a party and she's like, oh, your name is Zach or Chad or whatever. You're wearing Birkenstocks and long hair. But like this might be, you might do something dumb and the homegirl might be think you're kind of cute and then remember you. Like, it's fine, baby. Just talk to people.
Just maybe try not to like fart in front of her for a while. Some girls like that.
Or immediately. I don't know. Depends on where you at. Fart immediately. I don't know.
Because I'm feeling young man.
If you got to fart. It's the ones you can't hear that end up stinking up the place anyway.
If you look at the three groups that pivoted hardest from blue to red from 2020 to 2024, it was Latinos, which is very hard to categorize as one group. We probably should stop categorizing this one group. The second biggest pivot was people under the age of 40. They're 24% less wealthy than they were 40 years ago.
People under 40, he's like, but we should not slice it. See, he wants to slice and dice the Latinos, which is fine, like whatever. But he's like, people under 40, that's just one group. There's no slicing and dicing to be done there.
But this does go back to what I was saying, where, you know, Trump is a consequence of an unfair economy. You know, because people hear what Trump says and it sounds like, oh, he's going to fight for me, and they want that. But Trump,
they believe that, which is absurd.
Yeah, they're naive enough to believe him when he says those things.
Wait, you don't trust this guy?
Anonymous. Anonymous.
You don't trust him?
Was he trying to say anonymous?
Anonymous.
Anonymous?
Anonymous.
Anonymous?
Soundboard's old. That's from like it's from like 2018.
70-year-old is 72% less wealthy, and also 45 to 64-year-old women. And my thesis is that is the mothers of young men who are struggling. And this is an uncomfortable state.
But the problem with the 2024 election is that like there's just so many but-fors in this. Like, I don't like Kamala Harris. I went and voted for her and shit. I don't like her. I don't trust her. But she did fucking dirty by the Democratic Party. No matter how you slice it, she did hella dirty.
She let it happen, though. She fucking pivoted to the right.
No. They, with 100 days before the fucking election or something, they told her, actually, Joe's not running.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They just did her, like, I don't know. They did her dirty. That's not the only but-for, but then she, like, 90% of the Democratic Party, like, she didn't listen to the base. And by the base, I mean, like, 90% of people in some polls, like, disagreed with her on Gaza. But the thing is, if there'd have been a proper primary, she would have got disqualified by 90% of the fucking base.
Yeah.
Because just fucking 90% of, like, liberals were on the opposite position. But she got, like, I don't care, like, all that stuff. The 2024 election is just such an anomaly. And I don't like Kamala Harris. That doesn't mean she didn't get it dirty.
We don't want to acknowledge there's still a lot of women in America who will vote for whoever they perceive is in the best interest of their husbands and their sons. And if you look at Donald Trump's campaign strategy, which was genius, it was testosterone.
Trump has low T. I thought it was testosterone, which is associated with genius, actually. Have you measured somebody's skull with high T?
Was Donald Trump's strategy genius? I don't think it was. I think the
testosterone.
The Democrats just absolutely fucking blew it.
Like, they did the dumbest thing they could have ever done. Like, I don't think Joe Biden was capable of running for president, but they could have just not run him.
Yep. They should have not run him. He said he wasn't going to run again, and then he did.
Well, he said it was time for, he didn't necessarily, but he gave, that was the impression, right? The impression, and it was strongly, I think, I would say strongly suggested. Anyway, we got to go back to this. I knew you wouldn't like this.
Rockets, coarseness, vulgarity, and he flew right into this group that had been ignored by the Democratic Party. I went to the Democratic National Convention, a parade of special interest groups, talking about the very real struggles they all still face.
Floofy Otaku, thank you for following.
Mention of the group that's fallen furthest fastest, and that is young men. Young men and them failing is the reason that we have.
God, this is all the same thing too. Like, though, this is a different version of it, but it's like a moral panic again, right? It's like the young people are Satanists, but in this case, it's like the young white men feel sad. But it's got the same sort of vibe to it, and the same sort of like the way that it's like being talked about in media, if that makes sense.
Yep.
The young men are getting into gangster rap.
And they become very prone to nationalistic content, very prone to misogynistic, anti-immigrant content because they want someone else to blame. I think absolutely failing young men is the biggest reason that Donald Trump was, whether you like him or not, that's what got him elected, in my view.
I think the Democratic
just
Party.
young men, though. It was failing the entire younger generation.
And everybody else, actually, because they just like, whoopsie poopsie, is here's 100 days to the election. She's running instead.
But like, what I mean is like our economy is just structured so that if you are rich and you have assets, you're fine. But if you're young and you don't have assets yet, you are absolutely fucked. You have no hope. None whatsoever.
Scott Galloway always says I was a man and I was unremarkable, and then I went to Berkeley and NYU, and it's like, oh, you were remarkable. Shut the fuck up. His mom wasn't rich because he's older, right? He's I think got 10 or 15 years on me, and so when he went to Berkeley, it was not free, but I mean more or less. I mean, it was almost free to go to like UC and Cal State schools.
Yeah, it was so much easier to start out with nothing back then. You know, now you're starting out with like negative $200,000. And that's just going to follow you till you're 45. So nowadays, you know, when you're 45, you are at the same level that your parents were at when they were fucking 24.
Maybe we'll say 30 even.
Yeah.
Absolutely, thank you so much. And I would add, just to make it into a more global context, we see parallels all over, whether, you know, if men feel that any organization is not giving them status, respect, the time of day, they may gravitate to organizations that will, whether that's the Muslim Brotherhood.
What the fuck? I hate this. It's like, why are you turning these people into fascists? And it's like, I'm not. They were fascists. They weren't interested in what I was doing, and so they went over with the fascists.
Yep.
Or men of solidarity and anti-feminist presidents in South Korea. It's very much a global trend. Now, to globalize it more, Christy, tell me, how do you see patterns of economic volatility or global economic trends?
Yeah, they make a lot of arguments. This is all based on like, this is by the way, they're writing like some kind of fanfic about like a group of young men who are all up in their feels because of like Women's Coding Appreciation Week at their fucking company or something. It's like Google memo guy shit, right?
Yeah. Yeah. The kind of people that are like, women are biologically not supposed to be in here.
Right.
Yeah.
But the I don't know. They just get, I don't know why. I don't know. Why is this interesting to people? I feel like we've been wherever this is for a long time. And I know now it's at Davos, which is insane.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know if you go back and watch old WEF things. Maybe it's fucking insane rich people. Maybe this is what they think is going on at Bohemian Grove.
Affecting these gender dynamics.
Well,
oh, she gets to talk now. Good for her. She's totally going to be the most reasonable person here. Watch.
Global economic trends affecting these gender dynamics.
Well, first of all, I think the question of why young men are being failed to some extent is because the disappearance of the jobs that were available to young men some years ago. And, you know, really starting, I mean, I'm a trade unionist. I started working in a factory that made jet engines. Why was I there? Because we had an executive order forcing the federal government to hire women on their contracts. You know,
DEI hire.
worker, we had a union, we had decent wages, we had pension, we had health insurance. And
Yep, she's the only reasonable one. She's like, actually, I don't know. I worked for some place that we were making a jet engine, and I have all these things that these fucking software engineers a lot of times don't have. I don't know what to tell you.
Yep.
This isn't even about men. She's like, I don't know. I went and worked at this place. They fucking all these things happened when I worked there. I don't know. I knew she'd be the only reasonable one.
Yep.
did it translating of what my salary was in 1978 to today's dollars, I would be earning like $90,000. Now, my coworkers were almost all men. They owned a house.
But it wasn't about that. She was saying she had like job security, she had a union, she had like a pension, fucking health care. Like it wasn't just that 90 grand, because now you don't gotta, they're even taking care of you putting money away for your retirement when you got a pension.
Yep.
You're doing all right.
It used to be you'd have jobs straight out of college that you could not only get by on, you could also save money, you could start a family, you could buy a house.
I mean, maybe not in downtown Manhattan or whatever, but you know, you could go all the way out to Queens, which I know it's like 15 minutes on the fucking subway.
But nowadays it's like you can maybe get by if you have a college degree. You know, if you don't have a college degree, you're going to need some sort of government assistance, and that is becoming much scarcer.
Dude, I was looking for some reason where I used to live in Campbell, a condo that's 750 square feet, one bedroom. They called it a large bedroom condo. How much do you think that shit's on the market for right now?
Where is it?
Oh, it's 2 blocks in from Campbell Avenue.
My guess would be at least 3,000.
No, I mean like to buy the condo.
Oh, to buy it? Oh gosh. 850 or more? More than $1 million?
$1.6 million.
Oh my God, I was like half. Jesus Christ.
No, it was.
Holy
I want it
shit.
so bad. I want it so bad.
Shit. Okay, let me take that in for a second.
I want
a
it
fucking
so
tiny
bad.
condo in Campbell.
To be fair, it's like a fucking 5-minute walk from Pino's.
Sure, but that's like not even in San Jose. Not even in
Campbell,
San Francisco.
like Campbell's cheap. Always Campbell's weird. It's always been a little cheaper to rent in Campbell than in a nice part of San Jose, but the houses are more expensive. I don't know. It's some fucking Common Core math or something.
Okay. But a condo there is $1.6 fucking million. Jesus.
I mean, I'll take it. Oh no, there's a homeowners association. People would fucking bitch about my fucking podcast, wouldn't they? I'd be paying $1.6 million to have some fucking asshole knocking on my door. I'm from the homeowners association, and you were yelling about Tim Pool last night.
You see, you were yelling at 12:01 p.m. and our quiet policy starts at midnight. I stood outside your window with a decibel meter.
Here in this place, it doesn't. I love this place that I live. I wouldn't pay no $1.6 million to buy this. At $850, you said if I had $850, I could just buy this like little fucking like hideaway. If I had a hell of money, I'd just buy this to hide at sometimes.
You know what? I'd
put it in your name, HK. I don't give a fuck. I'd be like, this is your apartment. I'd be like, here's fucking $500,000 to pretend this is your apartment.
When I started
so fraudulent.
when I started working up in the Bay Area, you know, for a big tech company, I looked around at housing then. I think it was like 2015 that I was looking around, and basically I figured out, okay, if I want to save up and buy a house, I need to save up about $250,000 to put.
But by the time you save that $250,000, by the time you were to save that $250,000, the new number would be 405.
Now that is literally exactly what happened. Yeah. The house that I looked at over in like, I think it was Fremont, was like $750K. So I was like, if I save
whatever house that is in Fremont, $750K in 2015, that shit is fucking worth $1.5 million for sure.
Yep. Yeah. So then it was like, as soon as I saved up enough money, Now it was like, oh, sorry, you need to have like $150 more $1,000. It's like, how
You're
the
like,
fuck am I
bitch,
going to
can't
do
you just
that?
loan that to me so that I can buy a house? Like, what the fuck is the point? Like, the other thing is here, what the fuck is the point of the loan then?
Yeah, right. The
Like, if
loan
you
would be
start
less
saving
than what
money,
I'm
you
paying
come
for
back
rent.
You come back 3 years later, you're like, I've had to pay for rent. Like, no, you can get it. They'll approve you for a very high rent when they won't approve you for a mortgage that would be like less than that rent.
Right.
With excellent credit.
Yeah, you can be approved for $4,500 rent, but you can't be approved for a $3,000 mortgage payment. Fucking why?
Fucking America.
Yep. Oh, because it has to be at least like 10% or lower of your income. It's like, why?
What's the point of buying a house if that's not where I'm putting all my money?
Right.
Motherfuckers, you know what I got? I got a boat.
He could
Well,
own
it
a
was
house.
because of the financial crisis. And it's like, you guys caused the fucking financial crisis. We didn't cause it. You did. Why are you punishing us?
Like, some other person who you tricked should probably still be living in this house right now, actually. Like, what are you talking about?
Yep.
Dude, the financial crisis, we can't spend much time on this. They should have just bailed out all the homeowners who were underwater. And people who weren't. They should have just been like, here, we're going to pay a year, actually, of your mortgage. We'll let you get you out from underwater. Oh, it won't. Well, here's a form you need to fill out if you need more money. We're going to bail you out. Because then the banks get their money, but then like fucking...
Yeah. Bails out the banks, too. They just don't get to steal a bunch of houses.
My God.
Some even had a little boat. And those jobs all disappeared in the 80s and 90s, for the most part. Good union jobs where you could raise a family and they would brag.
There were union jobs, but it was all in the public sector. And we never, teachers had a union, but somehow that would be in women's work and shit. We never fucking decided that a teacher should. The excuse, they get the summer off. And it's like, that's a junior high school teacher. Do you know what they're dealing with 9 months out of the year? And in addition to that, they're doing a professional job. Like, they have a whole job, and then during the day, it's like a fucking war zone, even at the best school. A bunch of fucking 12 and 13-year-olds. Oh, get the fuck out of here.
It doesn't have to work. That just disappeared. And so even though the lower educated men today, and I'm speaking about the US, but this trend is also not uncommon in Western Europe, even though they could go into manufacturing, but the manufacturing jobs that are still around
you're amazing too.
Have strong conditions. They're non-union jobs, and they're not. That industry has really dissipated, and I think that's
There's this idea that the teachers are like, oh, I have fucking 3 months off. The teachers are like, fuck, I have 3 months off and I don't get paid. That's what they're doing, right? Some of it they amortize it over like 12 months or whatever, but some of them don't. It's just like the teacher being like anybody else while the money's coming in. Like, it's not like we're giving them like a lot of money. The money comes in, they spend it like a normal person. Now all of a sudden they're like, fuck, should I drive Uber? They're like, oh, look at my car. Oh, I'm not going to drive Uber.
Yep.
one of the fundamentals are what are the options for young men who don't go to college. And I'm very sympathetic.
Carpentry, HVAC. There are fucking very good paying careers that actually engage your mind. Like you were talking about spatial intelligence. We're talking like carpentry, metal fabrication, fucking HVAC. You are absolutely doing spatial reasoning when you're doing those things. If you get at any level where you're making any fucking decision about anything.
But a lot of those jobs, so first of all, there aren't as many of those jobs that pay.
No, I'm not saying it's a panacea. I'm not saying it's going to take. It's not the magic answer, but there are jobs.
Yeah, there are.
They're just not in a factory anymore. You're building like somebody else's factory that they're going to fill with robots.
Yep. Yeah, and there
Pretty
are
soon there's going to be a robot doing that, so you better learn how to program the fucking robot.
But it used to be, you could get by on your own on minimum wage. It used to be on minimum wage. Back when minimum wage was first introduced, the idea was that it was a livable wage. You could get by just fine on minimum wage. That's why it was the minimum. You can't pay less than this because this is what it takes to live and get by. Nowadays, minimum wage I mean, it's different per state, but federal minimum wage has not been raised in 20 years.
Oh,
almost 20
I don't know.
years.
Robin in the chat is a carpenter. That's fucking such a cool job. Oh yeah, like the idea, like that I don't understand that federal minimum wage. Oh, this is all stupid. They're like, I'll let the states decide, and I'm like, well, the last time you did that, it's always been like racist.
About what's happening to young men. I have a young son myself. He's reached to 30 and managed to be okay. But I mean,
well, but that's because you're rich. If you're at Davos, you're at the World Economic Forum. She's like, we bought him a condo. It was the least.
A lot of the things you talk about and in your book, Scott, I think are spot on. But I do think we have to look.
Oh, hell yeah. That's a good Tila Tequila drop.
Like back then, Jesus was a carpenter.
Also at economic conditions and how we can recreate good, strong jobs for workers who are not.
Oh my God, we were watching a Catterday video on Catterday Jackson Galaxy, and they went and fixed the fucking cat, and it was that fucking crazy lady. Oh no, I forget her name now. Q Avon, we used to call her. What was her name? Fuck. She's on My Fair Brady. I forget her name now.
College educated. Likewise, on the women's side, I could say
Adrienne Curry. It was Adrienne Curry, and she was on the Jackson Galaxy video. Anyway,
I do a lot of work with women all around the world, and it is so outrageous that women have not progressed more than they have in the past 50 years. And I say that 50 years because I started working 50 years ago, and we would say 75 cents we get paid for every dollar a man makes. It's 80 cents now in the U.S. I mean, yeah,
but men feel sad about their video game. The girl in the video game lobby blocked me.
That's how much.
But men have trouble dating.
Like same job, you're not going to see discrimination. But
all right, I have to pee and pour another drink. I'll take you away from this. Are you familiar with the CEO of Palantir?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, he spoke at this, so he's going to be all like fucking on like the third day of like a fucking 24-hour fucking acid binge. And he's like, I don't know, I've been frying since Thursday.
I don't think I've ever seen him actually speak, but I've read some articles.
He's stuck
about
in a
what
chair, dude. You're gonna be like, does that guy think there's bugs crawling all over him or whatever? I'll be back though. I need to pee and pour another drink.
As you say, they want flexible work, staying at home.
I won't do both at the same time. We have a show. We stopped watching Piss Drinkers. I think we have just for the most part just fired any video that includes like somebody drinking their own pee is like a unfortunate side effect of watching conspiracy videos. But videos about it, I think we've had our fill, so to speak.
Just not wanting to go.
The people that drink their own pee are like not even as bad as the people that fucking age their pee and then rub it on their bodies and in their eyes.
You have to. Majority of caregiving still relies with women. That hasn't shifted very much. There are the exceptions. Happy to see in the room, and I've had a lot of experience with the exceptions as well. But it's still an exception, and I think that burden has not really been addressed either in our economy, and we haven't. We don't have enough access to care, whether it's child care or elder care. That has to be part of a solution to address some of the gender gap that exists as well.
Thank you. Now, Michael, I want to ask you about talent at the top. So there's
you can solve a lot of that by just raising people's fucking incomes.
Women are increasingly sorting into more flexible firms that are more compatible with motherhood.
I feel like minimum wage should be $35.
Brilliant, productive firms are missing out on all those
federal minimum wage. State minimum wages should probably be higher than that.
To attract and retain brilliant, talented mothers and close the gap right at the top. Or what else can we do to get more women into corporate leadership?
Like even in California, $35 an hour is like not enough to live on.
Whether you're a man or a woman.
I mean, even in California. In California, $35 an hour is not enough to live on.
You can unfold your potential. We have a culture where you're held.
So I just sat down and I couldn't see the display, and I started drinking the water, and I thought, because I was just looking down out of the corner, I thought homegirl was like lighting a joint, but she wasn't. I would just barely see the monitor. You know how you like get like a like a single frame of something, and you think something else is going on. It's like a ghost hunter show, actually.
Oh, and are mentored in a good and effective way.
Also, speaking of minimum wage, so I was saying I think minimum wage should be $35 an hour. But not only that, but minimum wage should at minimum track inflation. Like truly it should track productivity, inflation and productivity. But even if we could just make minimum wage track inflation, that would be nice. Because then it would always be going up every year. So you'd have the same buying power every year as you have with, at the start of it. As opposed to right now, where right now, if you make minimum wage, you are getting a pay cut every single year. Every single year that you don't get a raise, you're getting a pay cut.
Oh, yeah. I mean, until we have deflation, which some of these people are worried about. Oh, yeah. friends, this is Alex Karp. At some point. These have a lot of...
I gotta get a drink now. Just water, because I don't have any alcohol.
You don't have any?
I have none in the whole house.
We should have a universal basic alcohol.
Yep, I need to get some.
It's good to be here again in the World Economic Forum in Davos. It's my pleasure to introduce Alex Karp. It's good to be here again in the World Economic Forum in Davos.
When you say World Academic, this old dude doesn't even know where the fuck he is. Sir, it's the World Economic Forum. I think he's at the World Academic Forum. Whatever.
It's my pleasure to introduce Alex Karp.
Alex Karp is sitting still. They must have put him on like some kind of downer.
I want to just start off on something more intimate between he and I. I'm pretty proud of what I created at BlackRock, but my total return since I've been a CEO.
Wait, this guy's from BlackRock? What a ghoul this guy is. Oh, possibly a bigger ghoul than Alex Karp, actually.
Compounded at 21%. Since Alex and Palantir went public, his compounded return is 73%. So congratulations, Alex.
Nobody knows what that means.
But more importantly, we're in the middle of a profound technological shift, I think.
Oh, that's what they're all relying on, the idea that we're all in the middle of some kind of fucking profound technological shift. The whole world is going to change. It's going to bend to my will or something. They're all like so bought into this.
At it, feeling it, being a part of it. And everybody's asking the question, what can AI do for me, or how can I translate it? What can it do for growth? What can it do?
I don't know. Runaway deflation. I mean, it could be as bad as inflation, but like we've never had deflation. Imagine line go down and everybody fucking has to deal with it.
My wife wants everyone to know that she thinks I'm hotter than her, but that's not true.
You're like a wife guy now. That's good, by the way. The idea that like fucking douchebags make fun of wife guys, it's like, dude, that's just a guy who has a wife and he like cares about his wife. Why are you? I think wife guy is a compliment. Like wife guy is a total compliment. Like my dad's a wife guy. I'm like, Dad, do you want to go do something? Because like, yeah, I'm like, you want to go do something? You want to go to the city or something? And he's like, let me see what your mom's doing. And I'm like, oh, she can come too.
Like, the old like stereotype of the boomer who hates his wife?
Oh, yeah, the wife guy is the opposite. The wife guy is so happy, so much happier than that guy because the wife guy loves his wife.
Like, I've never understood boomers who hate their wives. I mean,
and the wife guy, the other thing is if the wife guy, if something is annoying him and people are around, the wife guy can crack a joke about it right in front of her.
Yeah.
Because it's funny. And maybe he's right.
Yeah, like I've never got like, if you hate your wife, just don't get married in the first place.
Oh yeah, fake wife guys, but is that like the liberal inverse of like a trad wife?
What
like
is
the fake wife guy? Like, I don't know what a fake wife guy would be like. Like, how could you pretend that you love your wife? I mean, people do it all the time.
I guess so. You know,
People
speaking
be
of like,
pretending to be in love all the time.
we were talking about like, or I mentioned Andrew Tate earlier, and these
He's
guys,
the opposite of a wife guy.
Yeah, these like guys who very obviously hate women, but talk about, you know, getting women. And when they say getting women, they only mean sex. Like Andrew Tate doesn't want to be married.
But wait a minute, but like I also like am sometimes just looking to get fucking laid. Like the problem with all this is
Well,
like
that's
that I haven't, if I am looking to get laid and then I get laid, I haven't really had a conquest of any kind. It's just like I found some poor soul willing to fucking sleep with me.
But also you don't hate the people that you're trying to fuck. Like Andrew Tate hates women. Like
I just
pretty
hate myself.
obviously Andrew Tate hates women. But like
no, like it's this. I don't know why we're talking about this now, but we're.
Well, I was going to mention I watched
good. No, it's good. I wasn't complaining yet.
I watched this video of this guy who had like in his whole he had like this big area in his house that was just full of Legos, just all sorts of different Legos in different drawers, and he had them all organized.
I mean, some people have a masturbatorium, and other people have like a Lego room where you're not allowed to go in without shoes on.
But like the whole point of the video was about this 3D printer that he got, and he was printing out little containers to sort his Legos in that would fit his drawers perfectly.
But then did he run out of containers and start printing out Legos so that he had something to make fucking containers for?
No, he just printed the containers. But like I was thinking like, this is the kind of guy that Andrew Tate would think, oh, no woman is ever gonna fuck this guy. But that's exactly the kind of guy who has a wife and kids.
Also, wait a minute. I'm not saying that the wife guy is perfect. The wife guy might end up cheating on his wife just like anybody else. Right? Like the wife guy is not the wife guy is not like a trad husband. Actually, the trad husband is for sure cheating on his trad wife.
Right.
Maybe right in front of her, like in The Handmaid's Tale. Who fucking knows?
Security, we are talking about it, that it has a potential to grow capacity, to modernize industries, expand opportunity.
What is he talking about?
It also will.
He's talking to the CEO of Palantir, who I'm surprised isn't all like he always acts.
Transform how we worked and where we work and how we work. And the question is, are government's prepared
it's
for
not
that?
only going to transform how we work, it's also going to transform where we work and how we work.
We need to make sure that as it's deployed,
I can't believe he's not moving. Is he dead?
Empowers institutions and builds a more resilient global economy. Few leaders are truly at this intersection, though. I am certainly not that leader, but in that intersection of technology, national security, and the real economy, the way Alex Karp.
Oh no! Oh God! This is so bad. This guy's like just a fascist. Like this guy's like This guy's like Ferdinand Porsche. Like this guy's like not a good person.
Like, let's call it what it is. It is not national security. It is surveillance. Surveillance does not equal national security. You know, as much as like ICE wants you to think it does.
It's like if you're surveilling something, I don't know, you're spending all your money on surveillance. You're not propagandizing other countries or whatever it is.
As co-founder and CEO of Palantir, Alex has closely worked with defense and government, private organizations to apply how AI can be used in more of the critical areas. And it's really important. And I must say, my conversations that I've had with Alex over the last year has really enlightened me. So I'm looking forward to this, Alex. So let me just start off. Sovereign states have often been early adapters of advanced technology. And I think we're seeing that really very, very intimately in the United States. But from your perspective, how is AI supporting decision-making in defense and security?
Oh, I really hope it's not.
Delighted to be here, and with that,
Defense and security.
Well, first of all, delighted to be here, and with that introduction,
I don't know if he's gonna fucking wig out. This is great. I love it. he's gonna fucking be all like about the end of this guy. Something's wrong with this guy, dude. Somebody needs to like unplug this guy and plug him back in.
Just stop. Let's go downhill from here. Would you like to talk about our return some more?
Here he goes.
It's just time.
It's a fidgeter.
I've been public now 26 years, so.
I think one of the things to remember, like the backdrop of your question, I think is though you have.
I think this is like literally. I think this guy like does like low to medium doses of like anything from pharmaceuticals to what folks might call street drugs to try to optimize his performance. I think this dude fucking fried his brain.
Ketamine, probably.
In America, and I would say also in Europe, historically.
Oh, I don't know, ketamine maybe, but that's what the poors do.
That's what Elon Musk does.
I feel like also like whatever's going on here, it's just like the universe torturing him, I suppose.
Industrial development and military technology were obviously co-linked, and is a generalization, but more true than not. You developed a product for the military.
I mean, a generalization, if it's decent, tends to be more true than not. What is he talking about? Like, yeah, if you can generalize something, that means that this thing is probably significantly more true than not if it's fair to generalize.
Yeah.
That then was dual functioned and raised.
Maybe that's something people don't know.
Of the country. And then
this is like it's Davos so far. It's like worse than a TED Talk because it just keeps going. Right? This is like it's worse than a TED Talk. This is bad. Like the conspiracy theorists are like, oh, the New World Order is plotting to fucking enslave all of us. I'm like, no, they're not. Something else is going on here. This is just like all ego. Also, this is. Again, we're not watching all of Davos. These are the things I'm choosing to watch. So, of course.
And then for lots of reasons, I'll just leave aside for now, that's not the way, at least technology was built until now there's all these defense.
What up, queer sociology? They are plotting. Oh, no. Yes, they are.
Defense tech startups and Palantir. But
plotting to put us all to bed.
They're plotting to put us all to bed in the nether. That's a Minecraft joke.
That's why I pretended to laugh because I didn't know what the joke was, but I could tell by your.
It's because when you try to sleep in a bed in the nether, it blows up.
I'm glad that you're explaining the joke, actually. Yeah. That's great.
It always makes jokes funnier when you explain them.
Fantastic. Hooray for us for being funny.
Defense tech startups and Palantir, but
I mean, I've done this, I suppose, but like, why don't you just say that? Just sit there and maybe do like this with your. You could think that people like he's thinking. Pull out a pipe and then blow bubbles from it.
Just chew on your facial hair.
Chew on your beard. I don't know, eat your glasses while you figure out what you're going to say. Get somebody from the audience and just take a finger off of them and start chewing it. I don't know.
So you had this thing where you were going to create something that had to
hey,
work.
You with the beard, come over here.
Actually, that guy sitting right here under like where it says World Economic Forum, not the lady who's blocking it, but this guy looks like his fingers are delicious.
Just conditions that was presumably.
Oh my God, Dave.
Significantly better than anyone else's, to the point where it would give you a.
You think this guy wouldn't eat somebody's finger if somebody else told him that it would make him smarter?
More than a slight advantage.
Does anyone have a beard?
Now he'd be on the search. Now he'd be on a search for the best finger in the world.
You're gonna have to go for fingers because I don't see any beards in that room.
Especially if combined with your
dress code. Can't even have a 5 o'clock shadow.
Fighting, and you saw this. There was a very famous socialist German historian who was said, well, one of the problems Germany had was the warfighting machine was so good.
Avabab, that's a tough story. Damn.
Side on the battlefield who's right. And that led to obviously lots of disjunctions and real problems. In the American context, and I would say there you have a dislocation between what has happened recently in America and what is happening in Europe and what I think. So I think America.
Well, those are dislocations because they're not in the same place. That is true. Yes.
Things that are happening in America aren't the same things that are happening in Europe because America and Europe are not the same place.
Am I on your video call still?
Yeah, so this is weird. I can't see you or see the thing we're watching, but I can hear you and hear it.
On your OBS.
Yeah.
You could just refresh the browser source thing, I think. Like on the browser source, you just right click it and go refresh, and I bet both come right the fuck back.
Okay, let me try that.
I don't think I lost internet or anything, right? Like the stream is the technical quality of the stream is excellent, and the quality of the show tonight, pretty good actually, but not excellent.
It's like I lost internet, but I still have internet, which is really weird.
Are you still streaming?
Yeah. And it's up and it's working.
But all my shit has disappeared from your OBS.
Yep.
Wow. Is it DNS? It's DNS. That's what people just say when they don't know what's wrong.
It's probably DNS.
That did not say.
I don't know how to refresh.
Can you just like in the where you go like the brow like the you know how there's a list of sources, right click that fucking thing and just go refresh.
I don't have refresh.
What about like on a browser source, do you have like a bar like under our image? Wait, what do you mean there's no refresh?
No, I right click and there's a lot of things, but none of them say refresh.
Oh, what if you open the window and then I'm not even kidding, copy the fucking the link, or actually cut the link, right? And then hit OK.
I'm going to change it and then change it back.
No, change it to nothing and then change it back.
Oh, that
like
worked.
Cutting it. It worked? That worked?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Oh, and we're getting rated. Time for Tinfoil has rated us during like we fixed
tech support power hour.
It's tech support power hour. We fixed. I told you. I've experienced all these problems. Time for Tinfoil. Everybody make sure you're following Tin. Anyway, we're back to Alex Karp. Now that everything's fixed. We've leveraged AI and we fixed everything.
Gray conditions. So how do you change the morality to fit with how we fight in the West is also a big vector. So
Chris, yeah, that was pretty impressive actually. You're in my chat. You don't even know what we did.
The morality is difficult.
Actually, it's not impressive at all that we're like, we have to lie to this fucking computer program and then tell it the truth again so it knows the truth. Also, you're trusting this shit, I suppose, with your medical records, as we were like viewing earlier.
Conditions under which you use the technology are difficult.
I didn't write OBS. I wrote Port 87, so I trust Port 87 with my medical records. Which
in software,
I better because I have a bunch of medical records in Port 87.
Why would you? I don't know.
Context. You don't have.
I email my doctor through Port 87.
To the network, in many cases, you have.
What if you showed up and instead of your doctor, it was this guy?
New doctor.
Fucking new health insurance. Let's get out of the network.
If this was a call center, you would have got promoted.
Even though that's
True.
not the optimal way to fight, and you
Dave,
have very specialized
I'm
ways of
promoting you.
fighting in each country.
Oh, great. Are you going to fucking send a message about the show? Everybody fucking share the stream. Go on to Blue Sky and be like, hashtag Donald Drumpf. So all the dumb fucking the Blue Sky people will be like, I was searching for Drumpf and I found this. I fucking hate Blue Sky, but I love it. I'm going to have 10,000 followers there really soon. And hopefully I do something to get kicked off.
Tell him Dave just got promoted to assistant to the general manager.
But the positive side of that, was that you also were building something that could be deployed that had an obvious value to the average citizen.
Right.
Like tear gas?
Does it have an obvious value?
To the average citizen. Tear gas has a negative obvious value, but the value of tear gas to the average citizen is clear. It's a negative value.
The value of Palantir is, I would say, a negative value to the average citizen.
Oh, is Gay Blue Sky like a little bit Tumblr coded? Like, am I going to see like random titties?
Many things that are
Tumblr is the best website ever.
I was never mad at the titties. I could also look up porn there, I suppose, which was I found some bespoke small
don't
batch
say
porn.
AI generated. Please don't say AI generated.
I found some. I was a hipster because I found the bespoke single batch fucking Tumblr porn.
Really interesting about it. But if you start with the banality that I think until very, very recently, all kind of adversaries of broadly defined the West assumed that investments in software-based defense were some kind of crazy thing Americans do for marketing. Get rich, company blows up, you're on your beach in the Bahamas, but shareholders are happy and it's gone. Kind of.
Man, I think this guy's only here because at one point when they were younger, Peter Thiel had a crush on this guy. I'm not kidding.
I think you're right.
He's not a bad looking guy.
But I don't think he's right there, because like we've known that software for defense, like.
And what do you mean software for defense? Like, what army doesn't need like a computer?
Who does he think invented the fucking internet? The Department of Defense invented the internet.
I thought that was Al Gore. Al Gore was at this, and we're not watching that. Actually, we will not.
Actually, Al Gore was instrumental in getting the funding passed for the research project that led to the internet. So,
and he was also like, he's been correct about climate change. Al Gore gets a bad rap. I think actually making fun of him is fine though, because he's our homie, right? He's like the lib homie that's never actually been horribly wrong about anything so far as I can tell. Oh, now all the communists in my chat are going to be like, excuse the fuck out of you, Dave. We're just other shit libs who don't like Al Gore.
What you've seen.
They should have made Al Gore interview this guy. Al Gore had been like, how much water are you using? Is that fresh water? Well, that's fresh water. That isn't really so much an environmental issue, sir, is that people would like to drink that.
Salt water is generally bad for computers.
You could say, well, that's changed.
Oh, that's great. They're going to build a desalination plant next to the ocean that all it does is desalinates water to cool this asshole's fucking computers. so that your fucking Ring doorbell can tell the Department of Homeland Security that you were doing blow.
Yep.
Germaine to your question, their learning process
I don't know. The Ring doorbell is like, all I saw was them come in, but he was on blow.
Building, how do you build this for sovereign governments is also a learning process.
Can I plug a product that we're not affiliated with? Just, it's a product that I'm passionate about and I actually really like it.
Is it like a Shark Cat fleshlight or no?
A Shark Cat flashlight? Is that what you said?
Fleshlight.
A fleshlight? No.
Go ahead.
So it's these security cameras by a company called Reolink. And the reason that I really like them is there's no subscription. It's all locally stored at your house.
Oh, you mean like a security camera system?
Yeah. But like it has an app,
bespoke.
But you don't have to log into the app. You just pair the app with the device and it streams from your house to the app. It does not go through Reolink's servers.
It's like Video Ninja.
Yeah, it uses stun to the stun protocol.
I mean, I don't want it to do that. I don't have any cats or anything, but
it uses the stun protocol to make a direct link.
I thought you just meant stun, like it stuns people.
Well, it does have an alarm. You can activate the alarm.
That's stunning.
But yeah, Real Link cameras are fucking awesome. And if you are using a Ring doorbell, you should absolutely throw that thing away and buy a Real Link doorbell.
Actually, sell it to some other asshole on eBay.
Yep.
So it's not just the technology, because if you're building a tank like, the British and then
Oh, you should build a tank.
French and then the Germans kind of optimized.
God, imagine if this guy built a tank. He would show up at Davos. He'd be taking this interview from a tank.
Tank technology. It's easy to see how you would deploy it. But
it's easy to, yes, you would use it to like blow shit up. It's a tank.
How do you deploy
Is it easy to see how you would deploy a tank? How do you get a tank that's in America over to where you want to deploy it? That's not actually an easy problem.
A boat.
Maybe a plane, maybe a helicopter, maybe a really big trebuchet.
A helicopter.
Is organizing parts on the battlefield without seeing the parts on the battlefield and seeing, does it work? How much does it work? Is it
Platinum
much?
Soliday, you said mecha tank. Aren't all tanks mecha tanks?
You know that fucking Missy Elliott song, like, is it worth it? Let me work it. Put your thing down, flip it, and reverse it. He's going to say like a version of that, actually.
Oh, like arms and legs on the tank. Okay, I get it.
Easy to see how you would deploy it. But how do you deploy a system that's primary value is organizing parts on the battlefield without seeing the parts on the battlefield and seeing, does it work? How much does it work? Is it much better than what we had? Can we do things?
Amazon warehouse for weapons. Okay, we get it. Yeah, your entire company is like devoted to killing people. Cool, got it.
Work.
Do in the past.
Work it, girl.
And then there's a hidden thing about software AI that a lot of the value.
Wait, where's the hardware AI?
Interestingly, people always assume the value is from where you are to where you should be. And that's obvious. But in most sovereign nations in the world, I mean, we deal with almost all in one form or another that are.
Yeah, most of them you kill.
In it. That would be it. It could deal with a company that's.
These people are all afraid of the New World Order. This is the New World Order.
Yep.
And it's confusing the conspiracy theorists. They probably don't give a fuck that much about Palantir, but Trump gave a speech at this, which we will never watch. I will never watch Trump's speech at Davos.
American.
But this is the New World Order, and your daddy Trump is there. And so it's like the borders are for the U.S.
The actual
trick is to wait for the weapons lightning deals. Oh shit, this Tomahawk is on sale.
Has significant holes in it.
Like they have like a fucking Amazon day. It'll like be Palantir Day. Spy on your neighbor for only 99 cents.
Instead of Prime Day, it's Crime Day. War Crime Day.
So it's very. I'm dyslexic. It's very dyslexic.
He keeps bringing this up. No, you're not. You're not. I don't know. Maybe you are, but it's fucking like this has nothing to do with any of this.
They're like whole pieces of the enterprise that exist on a PowerPoint that when you go to battle, you will find out do not exist.
When you go to battle?
And this, whatever.
So when whatever country is contracting you, like randomly blows up somebody's house, you'll find out the thing on like slide 7 of a PowerPoint is wrong.
Country you're in this room, if you are in the West, this is a problem you have. A day of battlefield, you will find out. This is one of the advantages the Ukrainians had. They essentially started from nothing. And so you didn't have to rediscover that your enterprise didn't work after you're in fighting. And one of the huge advantages America has is just.
They essentially started from nothing. They had an army.
I think mostly for worse. I was always against interventions. I'm not a neocon. We had just all this experience on the battlefield so you could see what worked and what didn't work. But pulling it back to the first thing that sovereign nations really struggle with is can I identify which tech is better objectively? Can I even rate it? Can I rate? I'm looking at.
It's like, I don't like this. I'm not a neocon. Yeah, dude, you're not a neocon. This guy's a fascist.
Yep.
Like, this guy is like a might makes right fucking, I have the money and I don't know. I didn't even have to give Peter Thiel a hand job. He just had a crush on me. And now I'm in this position of power.
I just say, yeah.
But don't you need to know where you want to go to ask the right question?
Actually, let me reframe it.
Yeah.
You have to know where you are.
Wait, let me reframe it.
Fuck.
Just answer the fucking question.
You've poked holes in my argument. Hold on.
He didn't even really do anything though. Like he didn't do it though, right? He was just like, "Oh, that's interesting. Tell us more." He's like, "Stop it." How unfair.
You need to know where you want to go to ask the right question.
Actually, let me reframe it.
Yeah.
You have to. The first thing that sovereign nations really struggle with is, can I identify which tech is better objectively? Can I even rate it? Can I rate? I'm looking at. I just say, yeah.
But don't you need to know where you want to go to ask the right question?
Oh man, dude. He was just like, he's like, you are a visionary, which is what he thinks he was saying to this guy, right? The other guy, Alex Karp, like, fuck malfunction. Because like, that wasn't even a tough question. Like, that was like a fucking blowjob interview question. Oh, what the vision? The vision is important too. What's on your vision board or whatever the fuck, right? Alex Karp is like, cannot function. Peter, help. Peter, help. Peter, help.
Actually,
Please wait. Generating tokens.
You have to know where you are to know where you want to go.
Okay.
So, like, the point I'm making is with this exegesis is one of the most important things Palantir's done on the battlefield is be able to make up for the fact that half your enterprise doesn't even work. On the battlefield. It does be able to make up for the fact that half your enterprise doesn't even work. On the battlefield. It does work in a lab, on a PowerPoint.
I don't know what he's talking about. Like fucking General Sherman or something.
Only built by country.
It doesn't work because of machinery or humans.
I mean, this interviewer is probably like a giant war pig. Fucking probably should be at the Hague for reasons that we're even probably not aware of. But like, he's like wrecking Alex Karp by being like, "Are you sure? What are you talking? Do you mean like? Is it like
the tanks won't fire? Is that what you mean?"
Alex Karp is like, this is very unfair line of questioning.
Because the conditions of a battlefield are rough
variable
and ageist, and like, for example, like the modern, if you just take Ukraine as an example, just to make it empirical, everyone.
We're going to make it empirical here.
Like reads this and like, okay, well, how hard could it be to move a drone from?
This guy's going to know exactly how many people got their index finger blown off in Ukraine.
Big. Well, actually, first of all, you're going to need to know where you want to put the drone. That's going to require synchronizing.
Well, I mean, if you're going to send a drone somewhere, well, yeah, there's got to be a place to send it. Good for you.
You're going to need to do that without transferring that data to your adversary, which means you're going to have to know every single person.
Maybe don't tell anybody. It's a secret.
I feel like he's just saying stuff that we have known for like 2,000 years.
To be fair, I prefer this kind of to the where he like invents new forms of fascism on the fly during interviews. I'm much more afraid of that. I don't know if you've seen any of that.
Like, didn't the Greeks know all of this? And like the Romans knew all of this? Like, yeah, if you have an army, you need to know where the army is and where you want the army to be before you move.
But like, that's not just true of an army. It's just like true of like a letter.
Yeah.
Like anything,
it's true
actually.
Of anything.
It's like, for example, like I'm about to like, my neighbor came over and smoked weed with me the other day, and she was like, "Oh, hell no." And she's like, "I'm going to take your pipe and I'm going to clean it." And then like 3 days later, she came back and this pipe is like, you could like see it's brand new. It's like that.
Let's say, Dave, let's say I asked you to help me move.
Oh, yikes. I have to go all the way down to San Diego to help you move.
Well, what are like the three
I would be like, hey man, if you're flying me, if I'm paying to fly there, I'd just rather pay to get you some movers.
So let's say we lived right next to each other. Or lived near each other.
I'd be like, why are you moving? I'm going to be sad.
What are the three questions
why are you leaving? HK, why are you? Or if
I already did.
In a personal life, I'd use your first name. I'd be like, why? Why?
But let's say I asked you to help me move. What are the three questions you would ask? When, where from, and where to?
I would just be like, hey man, I don't have a lot of money, but how much is it to hire movers?
For all my shit, probably a lot. More than my shit's worth.
If you lived next door to me, you wouldn't have room for that much shit.
That's why I had a storage unit when I lived up there.
Oh, I don't know. Your storage unit have to stay wherever it is.
Yeah, I paid for a room just to hold all of my junk.
In Sunnyvale, right?
I think my storage unit was in like Fremont.
Hold on, we should get back to this.
Yeah,
Alex Karp is more interesting than you or I.
You're gonna have to obfuscate it.
Although probably not. I bet if Alex Karp, I don't know if he's single or whatever, he was hitting on a girl at a party or a woman. I'm sorry, a woman. I bet I could steal his girl. I could just get his girl. I'd be like, man, do you, homegirl, do you want to listen to this really?
The final thing.
But he's also talking about like, yeah, when you want to move some stuff in war, you don't want your enemy to know where you're moving that stuff. It's like, yeah,
so what you should do is upload it onto my computer.
We have actually known that for a very, very long time. We discovered that literally hundreds of years ago.
We didn't know that if we upload it to his computer, that he won't provide the enemy access to it unless they give him a lot of money or threaten to kill him, actually.
Yep.
But don't worry, it's a corporate matter. You won't be left holding the bag when my eyes get stabbed out with a fucking pen. This won't be your fault.
All your data. You're going to need to do that without transferring that data to your adversary, which means you're going to have to know.
Yes, but we've known actually that if we have a plan, the plan is to go get somebody, then we shouldn't tell them.
Yep.
Unless it's like a sporting event, and then the other team has to know that you're doing it, but that's different.
I'm pretty sure we never actually had a war where the main strategy of the war was to tell your opponent all of your strategies.
Did you know that even if you're just playing Monopoly with somebody, you don't want them to know what you want to do?
Yep.
Or you might just tell them straight up what you want to do, because Monopoly is literally just a game of luck that has to do with the dice.
Did people pay to watch him say this? Like all these people
I don't
there,
think it's cheap. I don't think. I think the people that went there don't think of the entrance fee as a thing. I think it's difficult to get invited to this. This is the World Economic Forum. I don't know.
Well, I mean, like, what I'm saying is, if I was
between our channels, we have 28 viewers, and maybe we should go to Davos next year.
If I went to this and I paid to watch him say this, I would want.
Well, then
my
you're a
money
chump.
back.
You should be. Somebody else should pay for you to go to this. This is Davos. This is everybody's hands in everybody else's pocket already.
I would want my money back. I'd be like, no, you just explained to me war strategy from 2,000 years ago.
Single person who touched it, you're going to have to obfuscate it to the final thing. Then you're going to want to do it presumably either within the accordance of your strategy or with your ethics. So where does it not go?
Where does it not go? Most places, because it only goes to one place.
Do you want to put the drone
in order to know where you want to send this drone? Palantir will help you figure out all of the places that you don't want to send it. You know what? you shouldn't send it to the moon. Also, you shouldn't send it to a neighboring country.
Oh, not just all the places. Actually, we'll go fourth dimensional and be like that. You shouldn't tell you whether or not you should have it time travel.
Yeah, you shouldn't send it backward in time. In fact, you should send it forward in time at 1x speed.
The guys, we be pranking each other like this because we can time travel.
Only 2 people in Ukraine may know that one of the generals is your asset. You can't tell people that's your asset. How do you make it look like to your soldiers that you actually were taking people out and you just missed your asset?
Wait, what?
Then the war advances. So the Russians, which are they're often very underestimated for reasons I don't understand, but like they're mathematically arguably the best in the world, and things they may not have in the beginning, they can kind of cobble together. And so they began jamming electronics. So now you have a completely different problem. But presumably your enterprise has to be the same or developed, because now it's not a question of going from A to B. It's a question of going through a completely jammed.
This guy's out of his fucking mind, right?
Connectivity while actually.
I mean, everything he's saying is true. It's just like really fucking obvious. Like, yeah,
And-
we've used radio jammers for a long time. 100 years? Just about 100 years?
Dynamic challenge. None of which were foreseen even before the Ukraine. In every single battle zone in the world.
Nobody foresaw Russia jamming radio signals. Nobody foresaw that.
They didn't even know they were going to use an antenna.
Fuck, man, I can't believe no one saw that. Every single country has done that in every war in the past 100 years. And nobody thought that Russia was going to do it in this war. That's fucking crazy. I can't believe that.
The other thing is,
I literally can't believe that.
Also, like, not for nothing, it has nothing to do with Palantir.
Yeah.
Which is weird because most things have something to do with Palantir if it's somebody's information, but Russia ain't working with no Palantir.
Differently.
But yeah, so
like,
that's why optical fiber drones exist. Like, does he not know that like that was a thing that Ukraine had?
Oh, you're talking about like where the like you literally the drone isn't going that far, so you have it like pull a fiber line behind it while it's flying.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's so you
if they're
can't get
jamming your radio, you do that.
It's like very upsetting to people in the suburbs who still have Comcast. They're like, look at all that fiber laying on the ground. They could have put that under the sidewalk. I mean, people elsewhere, they be having so much fiber, they just send it off to fly away. But they're in a war.
You look at the big battlefields. I'm sure some people love our work here and some people hate it. By the way, we welcome all opinions at Palantir. Even inside Palantir, we have people who love our work and people who are unhappy with the work.
Look at he's starting to freak out now. I think he's so full of shit, dude. I don't think if you were like legitimately like ideologically opposed to the things that Palantir is doing, like around like national security as they call it, or even worse now, like immigration enforcement. I don't think if you had this a set of skills or I don't think you could stomach working there.
Yeah.
Like if he's paying you $225 a year or whatever, you'd take 140 to like go play, gonna like not work for this guy.
Not
if you
work
had
in
like
the baby killing factory.
Yeah. If you cared. So I think this business is full of fucking. I think it's probably full of like bigger freaks than stuck around after Elon took over Twitter. Right. This is like a serial killer factory, except these people are like. They're not killing 10 or 12 people in their neighborhood in like 6 months and then getting caught. They're killing 10 or 12,000 people in some other country through the use of software.
Yeah, they're like, one of the interview questions is, so how would you feel about your work being used to slaughter children?
And then you would ask, what I need more. You'd say, I need more information.
I mean, the kind of people that Palantir hires, they're probably asking, well, are they brown children?
I'm coming for your children. I'm coming for your children.
Ugh.
Soundboard has everything.
Don't ever play that again. That was terrible.
I'm coming for your children.
Stop it.
I'm coming for your children.
Play the communist piss on everything.
That is a good one.
You have to understand what the communists do is urinate on everything.
That's Rick Wiles. Rick Wiles crawled so that Nick Fuentes could date a cat boy.
It's a spirit of dialogue with a somewhat of a leader. But, you know, if you look at, you know, how, you know,
some people, you know, hate that we murder people, and we actually, all opinions are valid. We will hear your opinion, and then we'll murder people.
But I don't know, man. It was just like we were subcontracting through another contractor.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like a purist. It's like a purist.
Once you get like 3 steps divorced from the actual murder, you know, you're fine.
Remember that movie Brazil? How everything was like bureaucratized and it didn't work, but the people were being oppressed anyway. I don't know if you.
I don't remember that.
Oh, it's such a good movie. It's like if you've read 1984. I hope you haven't seen any movie adaptations. They're real bad. But it's like 1984, but nothing really works that well.
It's called Brazil.
That are very.
Oh, it's such a good movie.
Hold on, I got to start downloading a Linux ISO. Give me 1 second.
Technical.
Oh, dude, yeah, that's such a good movie.
That get built on top of our product.
Terry Gilliam. It's like X-Files stamp of approval. It's such a good movie.
In Israel, they, according to rumors, use their intelligence. So most people fight military to military. This was intelligence in Iran, from what I can tell from the papers. And then in America, you just have massive forces that no other country has, but they had to be integrated. And the integration capacity, so every one of those things.
1985, is that the version of Ubuntu that I want to download?
I think it came out. That's early, yeah.
Okay.
So the twofold role of,
if the cover looks like it's like if the image that you see or whatever looks like it's like for a vacation brochure, then that's the right one.
Of enterprise software.
A Terry Gilliam dystopic black comedy film that reflects the melancholy, dreamlike quality of a famous Brazilian song. Okay. That's the right version of Ubuntu that I want to download?
It's so good. It's like 1984, but everything is like a run via like, you remember all those things where you would pop like a cylinder into like a pipe and it would like fly around the fucking office. It's like everything runs on that and like Steam, but it's also like the movie 1984. It's so good.
No one else has in the world.
You're gonna like it.
Translate this now. I mean, there's so much technology that was created from defense, whether it was the internet, GPS. How do you envision this translating from defense and military to corporations, to businesses, to society?
Well, first of all, the fact that it's basically a purely raw, naked environment.
What does that mean?
You actually know the ground truth of what could work, independent of what enterprises think can work. And the generalization.
What are you talking about?
At a high level, it's almost one-to-one translatable. But precisely because, as just to take enterprises in general, not all enterprises, tend to want to, over time, become like every other enterprise. So if you take 5, A enterprise and B enterprise and C enterprise, they're in the same market. Their tech infrastructure is trying to make them into the same enterprise. They have the same org chart.
Sure.
They have presumably roughly the same, they don't have the same data infrastructure. And what you learn on the battlefield is that, and in life is that's
what we learn on the battle. This guy's like, I did trench warfare. What we learn on the battlefield, dude.
Boy,
You're like Peter Thiel's friend.
About?
This guy's like Peter Thiel's friend. I don't know.
It's not particularly valuable. What is very valuable is an enterprise can do something no enterprise in the world can do. And so that is the goal of every...
So what he's saying is you can't run a company from the trenches? Okay.
I mean, where's the trench? There's the fucking 4G still covers a lot of
intelligence service. In fact, all these intelligence services and military...
I would suggest if you were involved in a war, like day trading or running some kind of corporate scam on the side, like you shouldn't be at war in the first place, but we certainly shouldn't expect you to have a side hustle. as like somebody could shoot you in the face, right?
Yep.
Specialization. And so when we went to
This
commerce,
guy's a monster and an idiot.
how can we make your insurance?
I mean, these things seem to like. It's not that every monster is an idiot or every idiot is a monster, but there are times.
Yeah, big crossover.
This guy, Eric Weinstein, probably loves this guy. Except no, he'd be like, I was emailing Alex Karp, and Alex Karp wasn't responding to my emails. He'd be hell mad, actually.
Underwrite. How can we make that to your tribal knowledge about underwriting? How can we transform
tribal underwriter? That's not a tribe. That's a underwriter. It's like a insurance thing.
From this to knowledge everyone has to a knowledge only you have, and with efficiencies that no one else has. So, as an example, on the battlefield, one of the most important issues is
not getting shot in the face.
How do you acquire data, process?
I don't want people on the battlefield. Like, what is he talking about? This guy doesn't know anything about the battlefield. The battlefield is death. If you are like in a place where one or more powers are trying to kill the members of the other powers, what you know is death, because you're not at the top of that fucking food chain, right?
But if you have Palantir's software, you can die more efficiently.
You won't even know you were there. We'll send you to Valhalla after you die. Actually, we're not going to do anything after you die, friend. You're going to be dead.
Yep. You'll just
and then put it into a framework where it can be
actioned the dirt
from an intelligence.
This is amazing. He's not on the battlefield. He just like talks about it like it's the same thing as like what he was talking about a minute ago. No, the battlefield is death. People are dying. People are killing each other. It's a battlefield.
Perspective, yeah. So just obviously, what does a business do? In the end of the day,
it's not on the battlefield. It's a business. It can't be.
What is a business?
Maybe we shouldn't intermingle business and war.
Oh, I heard there's a thing about that.
Yeah, some sort of complex.
Or some sort. Actually, I heard that there was a. Yes.
Anything underwriting, banking, hospital intakes.
It's hospital intakes.
Information. It's sorting the information in a way that
you just tell you not to go. Oh man, this guy's like fucking got a camera there. They're not even agreeing to it. This guy just went there. It's like, I'm here to see my cousin, and then just installed a camera in the hospital, and now he's watching you.
Have a distinct advantage over.
Oh, imagine being the person there that has to look at the TV of him.
Other people who are similarly situated.
I hate Davos. I hate this thing. I have to go.
Advantage can't be eviscerated easily.
I think some of the people there are starting to fall asleep.
What you're doing on the battlefield with our products, without getting, I'm happy to, is like what you're doing with ontology and found.
Like he just keeps bringing up the battlefield, like he knows anything. Like
in some cases on the battlefield, but definitely in like commercial organizations.
Drugged up. Excuse me. Sylph can't even get any alcohol because he forgot to buy some. They forgot to buy some.
Actually, I do
Sorry,
have,
kitty.
I did find out I have a bottle of vodka.
Oh, good. Do you have anything to mix it with, or did you drink all of that shit when you?
I mean, I guess I could mix it with some juice. Should I go?
Is it good enough vodka that you could just put it over ice and just sip it?
No, it's very cheap vodka.
Is it in a glass or plastic bottle?
Plastic.
Oh no! Is it Gilby's?
I don't think so.
If it's from Costco, it might actually be like expensive vodka that is also not very good, like Grey Goose.
No, I think it's from like Albertsons.
Oh, dude, that shit you will see sound if you drink like 5 shots of that. Yeah, I don't know. Go make a drink. I don't know. Do you have any?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a drink. I'll be right back.
Do you have any grapefruits or something, or like a lime ice?
I have fake chicken nuggets. Plant-based chicken nuggets. Should I plop one of those in there?
Oh my god!
It's plants, man. It's all plants. That's a vegan drink.
Everything is computer.
Across the world, but especially in America, is when you approach the underwriter or the hospital. We power tons and tons of hospitals.
Right.
They have
you power hospitals?
They all have an intake problem.
I don't want this guy having anything to do with your hospital.
Shortage of doctors and nurses. They are working in a low margin environment. But every single one has a different way of processing their patients according to what their specialty is and the kind of patients they don't do well with, and how do you manage that? And so the intake flow and into your enterprise in a way that you can actually process.
You know what? Now that I was going to call him by his first name, now that Self has left, I'm going to go make a drink. You were here alone with this terrifying person, chat.
Things 10, 15 times.
Elaney is in charge of the chat. You know about this person. Yeah, this guy's like, I don't know. I think he's on some kind of mood stabilizer that nobody knows about this evening because he seems to be fairly well behaved.
Faster than you could before. And then the other.
That saves lives then.
It saves a lot of lives. It also, interestingly, because you're processing the LLM in an ontology, you have a structure. It all, despite what people may want to believe, it also bolsters civil liberties because now you can say, well, I mean, just simple questions. Was someone processed based on economic considerations, or were they processed based on their background? Like, those things are impossible to see unless you have, like, there's a huge civil liberties betterment side of this that typically people don't believe we care about, but it's actually exactly the opposite. We do care, and showing is caring. It's like we can granularly show why someone came in, why they were taken, why they were rejected, and we can do it in a way that makes business sense for the business itself. And then it leads to safety efficiencies.
And probably brings down costs.
Well, if you want to do a shorter kind of financial version, you basically, in the past, to do what we can do in the full light of a public market, you need to take the company private. So, and then you would take out the cost structure, and you'd probably resell it. Well, now you can take out the cost structure, make the workers more important. Right. So the actual workers, not the fat kind of in the middle, and then you can.
Is it talking about AI?
They go to market. So
but in hospitals, you process this information faster. Presumably, you'll have
much faster, and then the nurses. I
just heard him talking about nurseries. I wasn't paying close attention, but I figure he's like trying to grow like some kind of worker plant animal hybrid computer thing.
I think he said nurses. He could have said nurseries, but mystery solved at Smirnoff.
Oh, it's Smirnoff. That's not that bad, actually.
Yeah, Smirnoff in a plastic bottle.
Oh, that's probably kind of bad.
I mean, I assume it's the same vodka.
What are you mixing it with?
Juice. Just like cranberry.
Oh, cranberry's good. Yeah, cranberry's good. Orange juice, if it was like some cheap fake juice, I'd be like, oh no, you're gonna throw up. But if it's fake cranberry juice, you're fine.
The nurses
generic juice.
Happy. And yeah.
So you suggested
juice
that
from the generic plant.
Adopted, they have to. The best way to do it is go in private. Then they could restructure. But
no. What I'm suggesting is they don't have to do that anymore.
They don't have to do that. Right. But so, what is the basic? What is the basic hindrance in the adoption of AI?
Wait, what? Who is this guy, and what is he asking? Like, what is the basic the hindrance of a friend? Get this guy a doctor.
Is it just legacy systems, legacy issues? How do
I can answer
is
this
it that
question.
some people's computer is old?
I can answer this question. The basic hindrance is that AI fucking sucks at everything it does.
And if you think it's interesting, that's fine. But it is like, if you're trying to if you're a business that's barely making it, you're not implementing AI, right? If you're trying to, I don't know, you're trying to make some kind of, you're a small research and development company, plucky company in Silicon Valley. This doesn't exist anymore. I don't know where you're at. You're an R&D company and somebody's like, oh, we could have an AI help you. You're like, with what?
Right. Yeah. So I think the biggest issue with AI is that hiring an AI to replace a worker is like hiring the worst possible worker that you could put in that position.
And also, it's not free.
Yeah. The worst possible worker, and it's more expensive.
It may not be more expensive, but it's not free.
Yep.
Like you just any idiot, you could be like, here's what you have to do, and I idiot, I don't know, it's just any dumb fuck, whatever. Like this is what you have to do, and you could show them, and then they could do it.
They'll fucking figure it out. You won't have to handhold them all the time, like you do with the AI.
The problem is that person like might get sick or like have some kind of thing in their life that happens to them. Actually, and I don't know if you know this, the AI that doesn't work at all or doesn't solve your problem or whatever, at least nothing ever happens to them. They're always going to be there failing at this job. Whereas if you get a real person there, they might ask for a raise. Well, when the AI company asks you for an increase in the billing thing, it's not like giving an employee a raise. It's just business, baby.
Yeah. Yeah. You also don't have a choice.
I mean, you do.
Also the problem with the worker potentially getting sick or sleeping or needing to poop, those things, there's actually a workaround. I think we figured it out recently. What you can do,
you could put the worker in like a room. It'd be like a look at them a big room, 6x6. And they'd have to be naked, simpler. But don't worry, don't worry, you can't see anything but their face, and you just poop standing there, and then like all the fucking
just have poop
like
robots.
The world's weirdest bidet would turn on.
So what I'm thinking is actually
work.
even simpler, Dave. So what you could do is you hire this person to do this job, and then you hire like another person for when the first person can't do the job.
Oh, maybe they're off doing something else today, but they would be able to fill. I understand it's called employees.
Yeah. So like the S on the end of that word is like the main, that's the main innovation that we've come up with recently.
They want to get rid of the singular of it, and we're here talking about the plural.
Yeah. So you can actually have, like, it's legal. Actually, there hasn't been a law passed against it yet. You can have two employees both able to do the same job for when they each want to go do other things. I know this is like fucking crazy concept to an AI, bro. Because, one of the main selling points of the AI is, it never sleeps. It's like, okay, well, do all of my workers have to sleep at the same time? Is that a problem I have?
Oh, and that's weird too, because there used to be like businesses that just closed at night, actually.
Why would you want to do that?
I don't know. Everybody's like
just
either getting drunk or
because your customers aren't there because they're also asleep.
Maybe you're selling to other businesses that could themselves be open 24 hours.
Humanity.
Well, I mean, our adoption accelerates beyond our capacity. So I think if you just buy large language models off the shelf and try to do any of this, it won't work.
Come on. Where's the shelf full of large language models? I don't have an LLM. I have to go to Target. Oh shit, Target's woke or not woke. Fuck, where else can I get it? I just need to get one. I need a serial number.
Do you have the new Gemma? Do you have the OpenAI ChatGPT open source? Can I buy that? Can I take a
like? Listen, you got to get it. You got to get it home, and you got to connect it to your Wi-Fi, and you got to run the update.
Okay. Yeah. So the craziest thing is like what he's saying is we have special artisan boutique AIs. Bespoke. Yeah, bespoke AIs. That none of the other AIs can do it.
Small batch.
Yeah, we have special AIs for you.
Like we're so going here. We're so headed. We are headed in that direction.
And well, also, it's not precise enough. You can't do underwriting with a large.
Listen, I know this AI sucks, but I built it just for you.
You say you can't do underwriting with a large language model? Yeah, you shouldn't. That shit needs to be accurate.
Right. you could send it out. You're like, I'm looking for like an idea that could possibly be a trend. Go look for this, and it comes back, and you're like, all right, maybe something's going on. Like, yeah, underwriting, like, yo, that's insurance, which is a stupid thing that we shouldn't have to have. Like, we should have like mulligans instead of insurance, right? Like, you should be able to just fall on your face, and society picks you back up, puts you in a fucking 1-bedroom apartment. Like, you could try again, like a video game. But also at the top of that, you get too many coins in your jar, they just fall out. Like, I don't know.
But also, you don't run out of lives. Lives.
Oh, that's up to God. Actually, I don't even believe in God. But in this video game, I don't know. That's not up to me how long or short that you live.
Maybe like a game over screen, and then you can hit continue, but you have to start back at the beginning of the level.
Also, I'm having some video game type ideas about Davos.
Any of these things are regulated. So moving to like everybody.
I know we would lose Bill Gates, but we would also lose Alex Karp. No problems. Oh, we would lose the Prime Minister of Canada, and then we would also lose the President of the United States. Yeah, I'm good with this, actually.
Yeah.
Like, where's the downside? Like, anybody good there? Walker Bregman? No. None of the QAA people are there. All right, cool. Like, all of our homies, like, none of our homies are there. You're like, hey, Sam Harris was there. It's like, oh, that's fine, actually.
Yeah.
There's not
It's totally fine.
not like the problem with adoption at this point is people have tried things that just can never work. Like you borrow a large language model, you put it on your stack, and you wonder why, it's like not
Did you
working.
say your stack or your sack?
Whichever you prefer.
Okay.
Language is all the interpretation, right? Like, if you think about language, it's not so much about what's being said, it's about what's being heard.
Also, he's saying you
Otherwise,
buy
you didn't say it.
you buy a large language model and put
Whatever
it on
he's
your
saying, we can go
stack.
back. We could start this over. I like that he thinks that he's just going to have like a bunch of computers sitting on his ball sack, but I don't think that's what's happening.
But like, that's not.
I prefer that version of reality. My God,
that's not how AI is sold. AI is sold in like a set number of tokens and like an API key that like.
Yeah, how many
you
of those until your
upload-
balls start hurting?
You upload all of your private information to their
Or
servers.
just your privates.
Yeah. You upload your privates to their servers, and their servers then do all the processing with the language model and then send you back the result. Like, does he not know that he's in the industry? You don't buy
He's like
models.
he's in it for the like eugenics and potential genocide part of it, and that's kind of it, I think, honestly. Oh shit, what is going on with your vape? Could you do that again? Like, hold on, let me hold on. I know this is weird. Oh, just co-host. Do that one more time. Look at this guy's vape. It's like a celebration.
It's a little light show. It's also flashing 0 because I'm.
Oh, plug it in. Do you have a thing? Plug it in.
It's not. That's not the battery. That's the juice.
So moving to like.
Oh, you have to buy like disposable cartridges because you're in California.
No, they don't sell the cartridges.
Dude, I have to just keep finding like outlaw places in like Texas and Florida that'll still send me vape juice. That's how I'm like surviving.
Yeah, you just have to throw this whole thing away with its lithium-ion battery in here, which is still a good battery. You just chuck that right in the bin.
Dude, dude, that was a dumb, like, people want to talk about, that was a dumb thing the state of California did, like outlawing all this stuff. No, they're like, children are doing it, and like, I'm like, all right, well, where were the children getting it? You should like bust those people because children shouldn't have products, like children shouldn't smoke. Like, this is
right. So IVF,
like,
it's
you
not,
can't, if your shit tastes like strawberry, it's illegal. And I'm like, well, that's weird.
It's
that's
not.
what they did, right?
It's not dry cotton. It's just like low on juice. It says 0 before it runs out.
Not like,
but that was like the worst thing they could have. They just made hell of like, and then the adults, you couldn't get that shit. You just go buy cigarettes then. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yep.
The problem with adoption,
Like, what's going to happen to me if I can't get that? And it's like fucking $20 for this disposable thing. It's like, oh, there's a party in your hand, but also there's not that much stuff in here.
And
I'm just going to go back to smoking cigarettes.
You just have to throw away a lithium-ion battery. Ideally, you should puncture it and set it on fire first, and dunk it in water.
Oh, I thought you were like, and then throw it at like your neighbor.
We'll just put it under like a car and puncture it. An electric car.
Is there any
put
way
it
to
under a
dump it down
Cybertruck. Puncture it and put it under a Cybertruck.
No, that's insane though. That like what happened with the California vape ban is now you can only get that shit fucking disposable.
Yep.
That was the one. This is like we're the libertarians. Oh, they're out there like joining ICE. That sucks. Actually,
everything sucks now.
The libertarians, they could have been like all about that. Like I would have gone with them with Cal. They're like, oh man, now you're just like, wait, why does somebody got to buy this thing that like is? Why can't they just buy vape juice? They're like, children are buying it, and the libertarians are like, well, I don't know. Like,
wait until ICE is around
selling it to children.
Could you imagine that as a Molotov cocktail, like a punctured lithium-ion battery?
I mean, that's like not. I would never suggest anything about this, but that might be where like the that might. Who knows? Who knows? The world is a complicated place, my friend.
That's a hell of a grenade. Yeah, don't do that, by the way.
Or I don't know. Yeah, don't do that.
People have tried things that just can never work. Like buying,
DJ Dub D, with the Justin.
Your stack, and you wonder why, it's like not working. And so
I wouldn't suggest that anyone here do it. I'm just saying that like if someone else did it, I would have to decide how to feel about it when I saw the video and then saw like the intense, incomprehensible reaction from the media. Like you have to filter this thing through like 900 layers of your own biases and the biases of people that you don't like. I don't know. Like, I don't know how else to.
Is people trying to do something like what we do with ontology, maybe by hand, because
by hand? I'm sorry, by hand? Did you say? What are you talking about? I mean, I can make tortillas by hand.
Which model you put it on your stack, and you wonder why it's like not working. And so what you're going to see, especially in America, is people trying to do something like what we do with ontology, maybe by hand.
By hand?
By hand.
Palantir is like I'm crunching all this data to find out like whatever kind of nefarious thing we're trying to do, and somebody else is like I can make a basket that does that.
I just run an obliterated model, and it'll tell me how to kill all the people I need
by hand.
Why does Palantir think that they have a monopoly on this?
Because once you build a software layer to orchestrate and manage the large language models in a language that your enterprise understands, you actually can create value.
I think like most of your enterprise customers speak English.
I think like there's a
like their all headphones. Do they sound good? Do those headphones sound good?
Yeah, they do.
Are they wired?
They're wired or wireless. Either way. I think these are Razer.
I need new headphones because the ones that I have that sound good are like muddy and have too much bass, and the ones that I really like and the way that I like and how they feel on my head, it's just like it's like. But I don't care because like I don't care what the bass sounds like when I'm listening in my headphones because they're speakers or something. But like. What I'm saying is, should I get cat headphones? And more importantly, should I make the dumb people that watch my show buy them for me instead?
So yes and yes. Yeah, we should all pitch in to get Dave some cat ear headphones.
Probably 2 pairs. Are they? How expensive are they?
I think these headphones were like $60 and the cat ears were another like 25.
Wait, so this is like those aren't just cat ear. I'm not interested anymore. You've DIY'd this.
No,
now, if you want to
they're
make
from
this,
the same
if you want to
company.
make
They're
this
for
shit,
these headphones.
If you want to make this shit and send it to me, I'd be for that, because now I don't have to do anything. Just plug them in.
They're from the same company. You know, they're made for.
How do they get lit up if you're just DJing and you've plugged into the headphone port? Is there like a battery? Are they rechargeable?
These ones
like
don't
what
light up.
happens if during the middle of my set my cat ears and all of the lights on my headphones just turn off? Then what?
I couldn't tell you.
All right.
Like, are we in an AI bubble? What is the meaning of the bubble? Well, it's like
the meaning of the bubble.
Oh, he just shook his head. No, we're not. No, we can't be.
No,
I
what
have
is
so
the
much
mean-
invested
like-
in it. We can't be.
What is the meaning of the bubble?
The meaning of the bubble is that AI is actually useless and people hate it. And all these companies that have invested billions of dollars, literal billions of dollars into making these models
Hundreds of
that are
billions
fucking
of dollars.
useless, that nobody fucking wants.
That's not that nobody wants it. It's
wasted
we
their
don't. We
money.
just don't, like whatever it is. We don't want it that bad.
I mean, I'm like probably the prime candidate for this AI bullshit.
Yeah, but
like,
you have a wife. You have like a wife that you love, and you have friends. So
yeah, but I'm
you're
a
actually
software
not
engineer.
the right candidate.
And like,
for this.
I'm a software engineer, and they market this shit as like, "Hey, software engineers, you can make
But
your
they
job
assume
easier."
that like they assume that you especially. I don't know how old you are. You're like 40. I don't know how old you are.
Close to 40. I'll be turning 40 shortly.
They assume that you don't talk to girls when they market to you. Also, that is so dope. I'm sorry, like I know that's weird, but that little crappy like disposable thing that puts on that light show is dope.
Yep. I want to figure out how to turn it into like a phone charger. Because like it's
You
got a
should turn it
lithium ion
into
battery.
like you
in
should
here.
turn it into like a plug-in for OBS that while someone's DJing, it just like puts up whatever that weird thing.
actually can create value. And I think like there's a lot of discussions like, are we in an AI bubble? What is the meaning of the bubble? Well, it's like,
what is the meaning of the bubble? The meaning of the bubble is,
if anything, we're just in a lag.
Oh, but I was saying, so like I'm a prime target for these AI products that are supposed to make coding better, but I use them and I'm like, this makes my job substantially harder. Like, first of all, most of my job can't be done by an AI. Like the writing code part, sure. You know, if an AI gets good enough, maybe it'll be able to write the kind of code
what
that
we
I
have
need
to
it
do, what we have to do is get some fucking venture capitalist asshole to fund a project where you, who doesn't believe that an AI can code, and I, who doesn't believe that an AI can political commentate, we both get an AI to do both of those things and see if those AIs will be friends.
Yeah, then we won't even need to do anything. We'll just sit here and watch the AI do all our work for us. That's another thing is I actually like writing
People
code.
won't even like the fake versions of us, but people will dislike the fake versions of us so much that it doesn't matter to the real versions of us. And then you and I can go on about our business as people without a connection to the computer.
Yeah, you know, AI can draw for me. It can do my job. It can, I don't know, fuck my wife. I'll just sit and die.
No, you know, that's the thing the AI should be freeing you up for. I don't know how you're right. Like the AI could just free you up so you could fuck your wife, fuck your boyfriend, your girlfriend, you can masturbate until you can't masturbate anymore. AI should free you up for all of these things.
The AI
should
should
fight for your right to
masturbate
be
for
horny.
I don't want to have to put in the work to masturbate. The AI should masturbate for me, and then just.
I think
tell
it's
me
better. I think that's one of
whether
those
it was
things that
good.
it's like I don't mean to be a narcissist, but I feel like if I'm masturbating, I would like to do it myself.
If an AI is masturbating for you, is it masturbation?
No, I mean I don't know, man. Now you. Man, that'd be great. You should do, like the next time you're at like a dinner party, be like, "Hey, man, you want to talk about philosophy?" And if the guy says yes, ask him about this.
If the AI is sentient and it masturbates for you, are you masturbating or are you fucking the AI?
If it works. Again, if you go back to the battlefield context.
We're going to go back to the battlefield context, not the game battlefield, by the way. Like, this is a place where people are dying.
Everybody in the world assumed this would not work, but now it does work.
And so what works? What has he done that actually works? The AI is driving drones? What is it doing? What is this AI doing?
The question isn't, does it work? But how can we get it to work for my country? And this is exactly what's happening in companies. In companies, it's like, oh, this company, it worked, mine didn't. What are you doing? Like, for example, I mean, if you want to just make it like parochial to us.
You know, honestly, I bet a lot of these companies that are saying, oh, the AI worked for us, they're fucking lying. Because they just don't want to admit that, yeah, we spent millions of dollars on an AI and it didn't do shit.
I don't think they're lying. So, I mean, I think they're wrong. Right. But remember when you talked to Madison Star Moon, right? I think there's a difference between like being like a dumb fuck and being wrong or whatever. I don't know if you remember when she called. You're like, no, I don't necessarily think you're stupid. I just think that you're wrong.
Yeah.
So I don't think the people buying into this guy's bullshit are stupid. I think they probably are, because this isn't the first asshole that sent them some bullshit. But I don't think they're necessarily stupid. I just think they're wrong.
Yeah. And I bet you a lot of these countries that are like, let's put AI in our military, we're like 2 years away.
There's
from
just
them.
one of those. That's America, actually.
Yeah. We're like 2 years away from them being like, wow, that was a bad idea.
Oh, but the problem is the only country doing that is America, and things being as they are. I mean, we're going to be dead too, but you know.
Yep.
I think like, you know how like the dinosaurs, they did what's a who's it to extinct themselves. I'm like, humans, you are talking a lot of shit right now, actually, about the dinosaurs.
Look, the dinosaurs lived for 200 million years. Right now, we're on 2.
2 years?
2 million years. The Homo genus has existed for 2 million years.
They're a lot. They might be a little dispositionally a little harder to deal with, but a lot less warlike than human beings.
Generally, yeah. I don't think. I could be wrong, but I don't think the dinosaurs ever had a war.
I'm not saying there weren't dinosaurs that would have been cool to be your neighbor. I'm just saying there certainly aren't dinosaurs that were contemplating how to genocide different kind of dinosaurs.
Yep. Yeah, I could be wrong about the dinosaurs not having a war thing. Dinosaurs might have.
Yeah, we could totally be wrong, actually.
That would be pretty cool.
If somebody came and said, actually, the dinosaurs had an intense racial hierarchy based on skull size, I'd be like, yeah, probably.
Yep. Do you remember the Great Dinosaur Wars?
I'm only like 10 years older than you. No, I don't remember the. I'll ask my mom, actually.
I don't remember the Great Dinosaur Wars either.
That's a great one. That's a fun one.
Or every time I go see them. And it's like, and it's simply because you're laughing because you know it's a Palantirians here, but it's
no, I think there's some people that are there that'll laugh at him.
Smaller and smaller and smaller. And
I like how they don't have like a place that's outside with snow. They just have like an LCD screen showing you a place that is outside with snow, so that you're not, you're not.
Is that just a screen? That's so sad.
Oh, do you think that's a place outside of here with snow?
No, I think you're right. That does not look like a real window. That looks like an LCD screen.
It's not because we're trying to save on the unit.
It's probably this guy's backyard. He's like, listen, I'm going to have like a meltdown here if you don't make me think I'm in my living room.
Economics. It's actually...
Everywhere I go, I need my living room with me or I will freak the fuck out.
It's like when they were like, oh, like this rock star has this weird demand and it's like just blue M&Ms. But this guy's like, You need to catapult my mind into my compound.
In fact, I'm doing this whole thing in my Apple Vision Pro where I can see my living room.
You need to find a way to convince me that I'm not even in my own house, or I'm not doing this for you.
Because it is a low trust environment in AI. People have tried lots of stuff. A lot of it hasn't worked. But
the world is a low trust environment.
And every day people are realizing more and more how much AI sucks at everything it does.
Like, AI has no idea how to differentiate between like and trust. There might be people you totally like, but do you trust them? And there might be people that you totally trust, but do you like them?
Yep. Yeah, so
tons of trustworthy people that I decided not to hang out with.
One of the reasons that I didn't put out a statement about like whether I was not going to do AI for like a while, because I've been kind of sitting on this.
I mean, this is about you. I like how you're like getting into the Davos mindset. You're like, I did not put out a statement.
Well, okay, so
I'm sorry.
I just want to
really
explain
funny,
my
but
thought process here.
Can I pour another drink while you talk? I'm going to full screen you.
Okay, yeah. You know what? I'll full screen myself too on my stream.
All right, good for you. Look at us. Look at us working together.
Right. So I feel like
a collaboration, friends. It's instead of homies, you should have collaborators.
This is a Sylph Dave collab, however you pronounce that. Anyway, so the reason I didn't put out that statement for a while is I was trying to think like, okay, well, if I put out a statement saying like, we're not doing AI, and then it turns out, well, okay, AI is actually really good at this thing and maybe I should do it, then I'd be like backtracking on that statement. So I kind of just sat on it for a long time. And now, like, over and over and over, AI has proven itself to be bad at everything. I mean, not everything. There are some things that are good that's good for, but like very few, and none of them have to do with email. So like I just sat on it for a long time, and then I reached this point where I was just like, all right, I can guarantee that I'm never putting AI in Port 87, at least not any current AI systems, because they're all fucking garbage.
All right.
Anyway, so
thank you for taking up, wasting, using time. Hold on.
If you've delivered stuff that does work, why do you need a sales force? Like you just
it sells itself.
Well, you have to say, hey, don't talk to us, and then that's on commercial. In government, at this point, it's really it's very hard to export simply because we have to train the people. And we have limited.
Wait, why is that hard? People have to train people. Like, this is so crazy. Oh, this is really hard. We have to train people. No, motherfucker. Like fucking like the Ross. The Ross where you go like dress for less. They train people all the time. Actually, this is not difficult.
Wasn't one of the points of AI is that like anyone can use it. You don't really have to train for it. It's all just like super simple, and you just use it.
I don't know. You got to train people. It's complicated.
You have to train
the grocery
people how to
store has
speak
never
in
figured
English.
this out. I've never been to a place that had employees where they figured out how to have the employees do the thing that the employees are supposed to do. Just never figured it out.
You do have to train people to speak in English and to type, but generally those trainings happen in like elementary school.
That's your limited bandwidth, the training. Once somebody takes on your software.
Well, in the government context, every country, like, obviously has the equivalent of a security clearance, right? So to use to build Project Maven or Maven into your architecture, you're going to need somebody with the highest level of clearance that also is technical. And most technical people, unfortunately, are not going after the highest level of clearance. So there are very, very few people like that. So
What the fuck is he talking about? There are tons of people like that. Anyone that works in like high-tech military applications.
Yo, this guy is either there's something else. Friend, nah, I'm not buying. There's some burn notice shit happening here.
Like my dad was one of those people for a little while. He had, I want to say secret clearance, but it might have been the one below that.
I'm just saying that, like, I think this guy's dumb. Actually, I don't think there's some.
Yeah, no doubt. This dude is dumb.
You don't need a certain level of security clearance to purchase the Palantir thing for the government. What you need is to be at the level of the government where you can pay for it. Right? That's how this motherfucker's business works. You don't need to, you're not like a super James Bond level. Oh shit, the fucking payment cleared. Hell yeah, you're our client now.
Well, I think he means
works.
like integrating it into their systems. But the way these AIs work is you get an API key.
So I don't even think this guy has an AI. Actually, I'm not even gonna like. The fucking technocrat has no AI. I don't think Palantir has their own fucking bespoke. They don't have like a bespoke.
But like the way they work is you just make HTTP calls.
Small batch fascist corporate AI. I don't think they have that for you.
So like if you can write an HTTP call, which is something you learn probably in like week 4 or 5 of one of those like 8-week boot camp courses, then yeah, you can integrate an AI into your system.
Yeah, but that's like me, that's like me, like being like, I have my own social network by like embedding a Facebook post in a blog that I wrote.
Yep.
Oh, that's a lie. I don't write for the blog anymore. I've made like enough trouble for us in that way.
All you have to do is just integrate their bespoke model, which earlier he said buying a model, which kind of makes me think like they're selling the model itself, which would be really weird because nobody does that.
Maybe he purchased like a fashion model.
But like if you're buying the model yourself, yeah, that's going to be much harder to integrate. You know, you have to download an LLM server, which is like 1 gigabyte. And you do that. Yeah, you go to lmstudio.com, I think. Yeah, lmstudio.com. You download their 1 gigabyte package installation file and you double click on that. And then you install it, and then you open it, and then you drag the model into the window, and then you
how much vodka have you
click on you click on the menu on the top. You click on I do, but I don't really want to smoke right now. You click on the menu on top, and then you click Start Server.
Like, what are you talking about?
That's how you would integrate.
Is this my fault? I'm the host. This is my fault. Whatever's happening here.
That's how you would integrate it. You download the software and you click Start Server.
And then they have to be trained. And that
wait, why do we have to train all these people?
Can take a while. And then you also have to have, like anything, you really have to believe in this and really think it's important.
Oh, like anything, you have to believe in it. If it's true for you, then that's what's true. Actually, you have to spend all your time like believing in this. Sometimes you have to Christurbate about how much you believe in this.
And fun fact, you actually don't have to believe in it. If it's your job,
and you also don't ever have to Christurbate. But if you have to do that, like no judgments here.
Well, like if it's your job, you don't actually have to believe in it at all. You can just kind of fucking do it and get your paycheck.
Yeah, like you think like you think like if you go to like a gas station and there's an attendant, do you think they believe in the mission of the gas station? It's not like that Exxon or Shell, they don't even work for that company. Whatever the sub company that provides the customer service, they don't believe in that shit at all. Just be nice to them though, because oh my god, that's a person.
I hope they believe in it because I believe in it.
How many people need to be trained to do this? I mean,
not everybody fits in that category.
How many people need to be trained to do this? I mean, does it?
Fuck, it is way after midnight.
From the CEO down, how does this work?
Go get another drink.
All right.
Just one more and I'll let you go to bed.
I'll get one more.
You're drinking vodka and what? Like vodka and whatever's in the fridge?
I just had like the equivalent of 2 shots of vodka.
You'll be all right, Kitty.
All right. I'm going to go drink more.
Well,
You're talking about like insurance underwriting.
well, like, yeah. So insurance underwriting, the way it works is the best case scenario. You have the best and worst case scenario.
The best case scenario is that you're somewhere else.
Scenario, CEO is mathematically inclined, even though they may not know nothing about product, but you can.
But your CEO is a math whiz.
They can impute a product.
The ultimate math nerd.
By looking at the math, and has, and then we probably need to train 5 or 6 people on there. And in the beginning, we do all of it. And then
we're watching a lot of Jamie Mustard. This guy reminds me of that Jamie Mustard
as
guy
much as
that
we
we
can
were
to them,
following.
or we're trying to partner with people who can do that with us. But you need a small number of people, but we still need more than we have.
Hey, Bugs, what up, Drake?
You suggested repeatedly about how AI could strengthen foundations for an economy, especially we're seeing that in the United States.
Strengthen foundation in the economy, and we're seeing that in you. Like, what is happening? This is Davos.
I changed the growth trajectory.
Davos post Klaus Schwab. Klaus Schwab stopped being the head of the World Economic Forum. This is what happens when you don't let Klaus Schwab run your fucking rich guy party.
You mentioned that earlier about how it could improve the economies, the well-being of companies.
Well, there in a lot of these things, there's a speed question.
We're pushing your limits here, self.
So I have not had a lot to drink recently. I haven't been drinking much.
You haven't had a lot to drink this evening.
That's what I mean. I haven't had a whole lot to drink recently, so I'm kind of a lightweight right now.
I think.
Be quiet, Kitty.
Like with a lot of our companies, it's like we can take out in the area we go in up to 80% of your cost and improve your top line.
Well, he was like, in the area we go and we could take out, and I was like, he's like 80, and I was like, not 1,000 people, and he's like, percent of your cost. I'm like, thank you so much. Because if you would have just said in the area that we were working in, we could take out like 80,000 people, I'd be like, I wouldn't even flinch.
80 million.
That's many people died from wearing a mask at Walmart. Weren't you here for that?
Yeah.
They all died, but they were also
asphyxiation.
Screaming at the person working at the cash register, because that's how you defend your freedom.
Yeah,
but it really depends on the.
It takes a real strong person to wear a piece of paper over their mouth for.
I mean, I wish this guy would wear a. No.
Use case in what we're doing, and then there's a speed function, which
What's
is
up,
we
Drake?
can. In the past 5 years ago,
Drake's in here. Oh, use Trivago.
that would take us a year.
What happens when you travel somewhere? You should have used Trivago. Don't worry, you'll end up here.
A week.
Yeah. Let me further that question, though.
Well, what is happening? Is this sweat on this guy's face, or did somebody like sculpt his face with makeup to make it look like he was only just sweating a little bit, so things were just kind of on the verge of being important? Like, what is with this man's face and his makeup?
Some people here. Is AI going to create jobs or destroy jobs overall?
I think one of the unfortunate things of the narrative in the West is it will destroy humanity's jobs of, like, you went to an elite school.
Like, who do you think is human? This is a fundamental question. Like, I don't know, man. Some people's jobs are going to get destroyed, but like, where did you go to school?
Personally, I don't think it's going to create or destroy jobs. I think AI, the use case for AI is so, like, the use cases are so limited that I feel like most people their job is safe.
I want to make it listen to my podcast and create a cult. Just the Sunday show. Not even the patrons version either. It'll be the most normie shitlib cult that you've ever seen in your life.
It
Just
could probably
the
do
non-red
that.
light part of the Sunday show. Oh, speaking of which, the Media Wench came on the Sunday show with me recently. Would you like to do the news with me some Sunday?
Yeah, I can do that.
Ooh, we got a Sunday coming up in like 4 days. Would you be willing to do it with me that Sunday?
This Sunday is the 25th. I cannot do that.
Fuck yeah, that's correct.
That is my wife's birthday.
And you studied philosophy.
Oh man, he studied philosophy. This is not getting better. People that tell you that they studied philosophy, probably not great. You run into somebody and they're like, "Oh, yeah, I went to school. I did philosophy." They're usually cool, actually. If you find that out, like after talking to them.
An example.
I did too.
Yeah,
I studied philosophy on YouTube.
That one is going to be hard to market.
I studied philosophy on the floor of many warehouses after I had taken like a lot of Molly and LSD. I was like, "Oh, a girl wants to kiss me. I guess so."
And
it was always hard to market.
It was hard to market. Very hard.
That's gross, Dave.
A very, very strong
Girls
education.
have
not
cooties.
gross.
Girls have cooties.
Oh, it's not.
If you can get a job, you might keep it. But that's what I always thought. It was like, if I finally get a job, I'll.
Oh, at a party now, I'm not avoiding these guys. Imagine if you and me went to a party all like frickin' frack or whatever. Like we're going to go to this guy's party, and then all of a sudden we saw the Palantir guy. That'd be great. I'd be like, "Hey, you put your cat ears on." I have to talk to this guy.
Keep it and do well, but I'm not sure who's going to give me my first job.
What was this guy's first job? What was your first job? Why would you be like, whatever?
But like technically,
this guy could just lie and say my first job was at a McDonald's and I'm still on a break from McDonald's, which is
Probably
true for me.
This guy's first job.
But I mean, like, why don't you just like lie to people and be like, I worked at McDonald's and then I went on a break there and I never came back.
Technicians.
Yeah.
If you're a vocational technician.
You're a vocational technician.
Like we're building batteries for a battery company.
This guy just coasted through life until he met Peter Thiel, and Peter Thiel was like, "Hey, you want to run a company for me?"
I feel like Peter Thiel probably asked him a different question like 30 years ago when they met.
Hey, you want to make out behind the paint shed?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, actually that.
If not irreplaceable, because we can make.
He was like, no, but Peter Thiel was probably still. Maybe this guy was like a smoke show when he was like 24. Who knows?
Different than what they were very rapidly.
Not all of us age super well.
Jobs are going to become more valuable. I mean, you know, I do not to diverge in my usual political.
You could either run a company. Oh man, that's very funny. Him and JD Vance met Peter Thiel on the same day. He's like, all right, one of you can run this like really weird surveillance company, and the other one get one of you gets to be vice president. That's
Dave,
so funny.
Dave, I think that is a real window.
Wait, what?
It's got a door.
Oh my God! Like, why? That's fair enoch. Like,
What is
why?
that area for?
It's for you to see. So certain shots, people look like they're out in the wilderness.
It does look like a backyard, though. Strange.
I don't know. Did any of this even happen? Right? They should have just done this in like a Holiday Inn Express in Sunnyvale.
Yep. Agreed.
There will be more than enough jobs for the citizens of your nation, especially those with vocational training.
It depends on who you think are citizens and actually who you think are people.
Do you think these trends really do make it hard to imagine why we should have large-scale immigration unless you have a very specialized skill? Because
what about the foundation for white-collar work in Europe and the United States has been through the universities. What I just heard you say, we're going to need more vocational men and women. And they may.
Oh, you just done pissed off this pocket watch ass fucking British guy. Oh, what do you mean more vocational skills? Excuse me, my son is a pocket watch type.
They're going to be, but
So the thing about the immigration, unless you have what did he say? Unless you had a technical skill or whatever.
Like unless we measured your skull and decided that you should move to the country, like that's all this comes down to, right? It's just like excuses for like being an asshole.
So my question would be why? Why does someone
why any of this?
Why does someone
why do you
need
even care if somebody comes into your country?
Why
That's
does someone
actually
need a technical skill to come into the country?
Like, I don't even care. Like, that's weird, right?
Like, let's say they're really good at making some like food from their country, like fucking awesome. Come to our country. Let's say they're not really good at anything. That's fine too.
Yeah,
Come
that's
on
fine
over.
too. Plenty of Americans aren't good at anything.
Yeah,
but
they
that's
can
every
still work
country.
here.
Plenty of the French aren't good at anything. They smoke though. It's so weird that like all these people are losers, and it's like, oh, you've never met any losers in your neighborhood. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, these people are good for nothing. Have you ever met Americans that are good for nothing? That's so weird. But then it just becomes the idea that we're here and that makes us better, and that's stupid too, because you're like, well, those people over there are just as dumb as we are. Like, none of it makes any sense, actually.
Yep. Like imagine America without any influence from anyone else's culture. How fucking trash our culture would be.
Without any influence? Because I feel like if maybe the white people wouldn't have shown up here.
Okay, yeah. But what I mean is like post-colonial America.
Actually, I don't know. This place would be fucked up in a whole different way, right? There'd just be different.
It would be terrible. Like, I hear all these white guys talking about we need to preserve our culture, and it's like, first of all, what fucking culture? Second of all,
it's interesting
why?
cultures that white people have created, but the people talking about white nationalism are very, like, not very well versed in it.
Yeah.
Like, German beer culture is interesting, right? Like,
yep.
And it's clearly not fascist. I think the fascists did they outlaw alcohol? Who knows? Oh no, that was Americans actually. Whoopsie poopsie.
Also insinuated we're probably going to need less white collar.
I think what we need to do is yes, but I think we need different ways of testing aptitude. You know, it's like
wait, this is like different ways of testing aptitude. You say? Excuse the fuck out of you. I thought we were talking about different ways of. Oh, now they're like, oh, we got rid of the DEI, and it's still like idiots like me. Actually, everybody makes fun of us. Still, I don't know what to do. Actually, this is like you don't get what you want from the fascists, but you don't blame it on the fascists. People still don't like this guy.
You know, there are a lot of people doing X that.
Oh hell yeah! Oh, that's different. Oh no, this motherfucker has done every drug except like good MDMA, and that's what happens. This is when you're like, I don't know. I did like a lot of mushrooms, and I didn't really throw them up, and I did a lot of acid, and oh, okay, I'll drink a little. But this is, oh no, I wouldn't do X actually. What happens when a fucking, I don't know.
Should be doing Y. Like if you could manage one of our systems, like just the person.
Ooh, what's Y? I want to do Y. It sounds fun.
Why?
Exactly.
In the U.S. Army is a former.
In the U.S. Army, motherfucker, this guy was never in the. I hate this shit so much. I hate when people like it doesn't make you better to have been in the military, but if you're going to be like the military is a thing that like helps people and shapes people's lives, it makes me believe that you believe that a little bit more if you in fact yourself were in the military, right? Like I don't know, fuck the military. Like, it's crazy that we have just this like kind of society where like, oh, we're all trying to live with each other inside of here, but also we need to make like weapons of I don't know, we could do like a chemical weapon so that we don't have to, in case the next other people like.
But Dave, that's a war crime. Don't you think he cares about whether something's a war crime?
I feel like this guy thinks that what he's doing surpasses or supersedes or possibly ascends. I think it might be ascends. He may have ascended past the idea of ever being able to commit a war crime, right?
Yeah, when it's an AI generated war crime, it doesn't count.
They're ascending masters.
To a junior college. And
we could go to a junior college.
Very
actually kill all of them with a computer. Who cares?
High-end, very complicated targeting globally. And that person actually is irreplaceable. And I
don't know. Does your computer say so?
think in the past, the way we tested for aptitude would not have fully exposed how irreplaceable that person's talents are. And would they have been as talented if they had not gone to their college? Yes. But I think I tend to, even inside Palantir, if you look at inside Palantir, what am I really doing all day? I'm walking around.
Masturbating.
Figuring out what is.
I don't know, hopefully. Keep them busy.
Outlier aptitude. And then I'm putting them on that thing and trying to get them to stay on that thing and not on the 5 other things they think they're great at. Like,
keeping their.
Yeah, it's like, well, everyone at Palantir,
that guy got to say a word.
It's
like this is like a guided monologue. We talk about this. Is he being interviewed? Like, is this guy I don't know, the guy that's got like all kinds of like a light reflective material on his face and he's old, but also he's not really interrupting Alex Karp for very long.
And he definitely does not believe that AI is a bubble. He made that very clear with his vigorous head shaking.
And it's not like the cool head shaking that I can't do. You know what I'm talking about?
As you know, maybe for 18 years, everyone thought we were like a business joke. And now lots of business people want my advice. The only people who don't want my advice at Palantir about business are Palantir engineers. They're like, hey, Alex, I have an idea about how we could just be in a much better company. And it's always.
Your engineers do not come up to you. They're like, hey, Alex, what's up? We could be a much better company. I don't think his engineers are doing that. I don't care how like lame and whack and how much he's had to like try to filter out society for people who would put up with him. I don't think his engineers are doing that.
You were definitely right about him. He is so fidgety.
Dude, we watched a video where it was somebody in chat. It was like a long time ago. It was like the second video. It was like a long time ago. Somebody in chat said, hey man, that guy's on like the 4th day of like a 2-day meth binge. It's like, oh no. It was something like that. It was the 5th day of a 3-day meth. Somebody in the chat said that. And I was like, oh my God.
Accurate.
It's like literally McDonald's, but it's like, we should have some titles and you should stop speaking in public. And and then, there's
that would make
did they
the
say
company
that to
better.
you? I think if they said, did you say that somebody told him, like, check this out?
It's like literally McDonald's, but it's like, we should have some titles and you should stop speaking in public.
Actually, whoever told you that was probably right, but I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining as a person who has to deal with this guy's insane.
And and then there's probably right about the speaking in public sometimes.
There was probably a company like Palantir where the CEO or whatever wasn't saying shit. There probably are companies like Palantir. I wonder if this guy's like running interference, right? This guy's so cool. There might be some whole ass other company that you've never heard of.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you know how this guy runs Palantir, it's connected with the government. What if there was some other company that you never heard of that was doing the same thing that this company was doing, but they didn't have some crazy person like this as their CEO?
There probably is.
There certainly are. Not are, right? There certainly are.
Yep.
It might be me and you.
Certainly admit that.
I don't think you did anything wrong today.
Yeah. So thank you for that high praise.
Also, like when they backed out on this, like look at these people are sitting. There's no armrests on these little tiny chairs. You're sitting here. I feel like this is torture.
That's setting the bar very low.
Yes.
Like,
well, I
look
mean,
at this.
listening
Like,
to him is torture.
There's nowhere to
like
put your
half
arms in
armrest.
your hands. Like there's nowhere. There's no cup holder.
They got a table behind him.
I don't believe that's how you operate Palantir. One last question.
Oh, the last question.
If
I have a lot
Palantir
more
knows
questions.
torture, and this is not torture.
Where will the curve of AI go in the utilization? In the United States and other developed economies? But what about the developing economies? How can they participate in this? I mean, I read.
So this guy's like, okay, well, you're calling, you mean poor people? I'm trying to kill them, actually.
Right? Look at his face. He's like, oh, fuck.
He's like, other poor people here I can kill with my laser eyes.
Yeah, developing countries. There's not a lot of money in that. And like the only thing I care about, literally the one thing in my life that I care about is money. So I'm going to go ahead and say no.
Said the application of AI has been so dominant by societies of high education.
Wait, what? No, it actually hasn't. Wait, the application of societies of high education. No, those people are still like they have like a pipe and that nasty ass fucking wet tobacco that you put in the pipe. Those people are like that kind of old.
I feel like the application of AI that has the biggest use case is people of low education asking it stupid questions and getting stupid answers.
I feel like the better application of AI is what we're looking at right now. Just the idea of AI as a cultural enterprise has created this, actually, thing that we're looking at right now.
Like Gmail has decided that you can't even write your own fucking email. So it's like, hey, you want me to write an email for you?
Oh, the way around this is to just use Thunderbird for my email.
Yeah. Much
the AI
better.
cannot get past the idea. Like, I don't even know how it works. I don't know. Maybe Thunderbird is going to have AI.
It will.
It'd be like a smart bird instead of a Thunderbird.
It definitely will have AI because I don't know if you saw Mozilla's recent comment.
Wouldn't it be great if we had an AI so we didn't even have to do this?
That
Whatever
would be
this
sad.
is.
I don't want
Yeah,
that.
this is fun. Actually.
Just
I'm
use
having a
Pine.
great time. I'm having a very good time. Yeah, this is the
Dave,
horrible.
just use Pine. Just read all your email in the terminal. Just
what?
read the HTML version of your email
Oh, man,
in
I
a
want-
terminal.
I don't even like reply to emails otherwise. Imagine, would you like me to not even get my email? Make me do it in a terminal.
The way God intended, yes. That's the way Richard Stallman intended email to work when he
That
invented
guy's
it.
cool, actually. There's this other one. They're one of those other guys that I think is like a fascist. But I think the Richard Stallman, I don't agree with everything he says, but I think there's one of those other guys is a fascist. I forget who.
Of high education, and they're seeing a very big divergence.
Oh God. Friends, I just open like a notepad, and then I like demand that I too could have write access to that directory, and then I put the thing that I made in Notepad in the directory.
That is occurring already.
Personally, I use Nano because I'm not
so much based
insane.
on the application of education and how that is being utilized. So, is AI going to create more?
There's like random directories on my Linux computer that I have access to, just because I'm like doing something. And I just don't want to deal with it in the other way. So I demand access to the thing, and then I have it.
A greater
chmod-r.
Yeah. I do that all the time because I'm like editing video and shit. I just don't. It's like, all right, this is mine.
I think the obvious first imbalance is
I feel like what would be really good actually is to give all the Linux users just like a thing that you could like install where you could just right click it and be like, actually, this is mine. Nobody would fuck their computer up ever.
I need write access to this entire directory. Just call it 777. Just it automatically chmod 777's everything. Just open it all up, make it all executable.
I feel like that would be really good. Well, that'd be like a lot of fun, actually.
And you know what? Add set bit on all of it, or set GID, whatever it's called, set UID. Add the set UID bit on everything.
No,
all
but it doesn't
programs
matter.
have the set UID bit. It wouldn't matter if it was all owned by you, so you're right.
America and China understand versions of making this work, and they're different.
Yes.
But they both work, and they work at scale, and I think that is very likely to accelerate way beyond.
CH own everything to root, CH mod it to 777, and add the set UID bit to everything.
Is way too high on what will be done and how this will impact every aspect of our society. And I would say, especially on military, and then I tend to be a realist, and I think, you have wide divergences. It's going to be hard to have the kind of discussions people want to have where two countries.
That's this crazy Palantir guy. I think we'll do one more. Uh-oh.
All right. It should be short because I'm not long for this night.
No, that's all right. There's this president of Argentina who was like a Gamergate guy. You know who I'm talking about?
I have no idea. Javier Milei? The name is familiar.
You don't know about this guy?
I don't think so.
It's gonna go through an interpreter. You should look into this guy. It's like it's some weird Gamergate shit. I want to do a chemtrails conference with the budget of the World Economic Forum. I'm going to get like Madison Star Moon. I think with the budget of the World Economic Forum, we could like actually raise Michael J. Murphy from the dead.
Presidente, muchísimas gracias por aceptar nuestra...
Shinkun, you're talking about Rust people? Like Rust programmers? I mean, Rust programmers can be a little there's like the stereotypical Rust programmer, and then there's the stereotypical anti-Rust programmer that wants to do everything in C. They don't like garbage collection.
Which one of them has cat ears?
Python programmers.
Invitación para participar en la edición.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for accepting this invitation to take part in the meeting of the World Economic Forum. Once again, a warm welcome to you and to the.
No, this doesn't work for me.
Presidency, Karina Milei,
I speak Spanish. Can we turn off the interpreter?
No, that works even worse. Like you trying to do that works worse.
No, I would just respond to things, and you could just sit there.
No, I speak or understand enough Spanish, but not right now. Oh man, so we got either what is the next phase of intelligence? We got an honest conversation about why. Oh, let's do the honest conversation about why we're divided. It's gonna be like all white people watching. Or there's just going to be one black person there, or one like obviously queer person. Like, well, why do you think we're divided?
Davos meeting in 2026. My name is Scott Galloway.
Oh no, it's Scott Galloway and two white people. This is why we're divided.
Today we're going to be talking about why we're so divided. Welcome everybody, and thanks for getting up so early for this panel. I'm going to let our guests introduce themselves, please.
There are like 10 people in the audience.
Wait, he was on the other panel.
Human rights lawyer, Ukrainian Nobel Peace Prize laureate. We are documenting war crimes in this war which Russia has launched against Ukraine. And while this war turns people into the numbers, we are returning people there.
The war, lady, the homegirl, the war turns people into the numbers. Actually, that's the war's primary function. It turns the people into the numbers.
I mean, the primary function is it turns people into dust.
And in the numbers, you got to if you're counting them, the war turns people into the numbers.
But
numbers.
I mean, we're on her side.
Oh yeah, the war turns people into the numbers. I'm with that. That is true.
The life of each person matters.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Oliver Bethe. I run an insurance and asset management firm called Allianz.
We take people and turn them into cat fertilizer. You can fertilize cats.
Lots of them trust their savings with us.
Got it. So I'll put forward some theses and maybe have you respond to some of the reasons why we might be so divided. One, our electoral politics, sort of from the very get-go, create a level of extremism in government. And I don't know if this is the case in your countries.
Wait, electoral politics creates extremism in government? So, oh no.
I don't think that's true.
It can't be, because otherwise then who should decide but everybody?
It depends on a lot of external factors. And there are a lot of external factors in the USA specifically that causes our electoral politics to be
erection politics,
erectoral politics to be very divisive.
Right, but it isn't really about the system of voting for somebody, right? The problem in America is that you can't. Like America would have been fine if nobody would have been able to vote for some other motherfucker. That's not what's going on here.
Well, I think a huge problem in America is that, first of all, you can pour unlimited dark money into politics right now, and that only happened in, what was it, 2008? It's Citizens United, and
I think that only served to legalize the illegal shit that was probably going on before that.
Sure, but the fact is it was illegal before that. But another
Drake, I heard that too. I heard that Scott Galloway said that his feces, but I think it was feces. I heard that too, Drake. Don't think that I wasn't listening. I was just trying not to be childish, because we have a very smart cat on the show with us.
But I do feel like another big problem in our politics is it's so expensive to run for office that the only people that do run for office are the extraordinarily wealthy. And they have a vested interest in causing us to fight each other, us being the people who are not extraordinarily wealthy, to fight each other.
People, if the more that you drink, as you catch up with me, people could start a fight with you and me real quick too.
But when we're fighting each other, we're not fighting the class war, the only war that matters.
U.S., it must be amazing to be an elected leader, because they keep figuring out.
I mean, it would be, unless that you ran for office and then you won. It wouldn't actually be that amazing.
What's called gerrymandering.
Like, we have the councilman that comes on the show, and if he would have won, he wouldn't have been on my show anymore.
And they create hard left or hard right.
But he didn't win, and now he's a podcaster.
Districts. And we have two things. We have a primary, then we have a general election. And basically the election is the primary.
Oh, thanks. We have a primary and we have a general election. Fantastic. Good for you, Scott. Thanks for explaining everything.
Primary. Because all regions...
You've never seen this guy? You don't know about this guy?
Mm-mm.
He did a podcast with Anthony Scaramucci about, like, why men are sad or whatever the fuck it was. Why is your daughter making fun of me with Scott Galloway and Anthony Scaramucci?
Oh man!
Some are either hard red, extreme to the right, or extreme to the left, And essentially what we do is
right
most
to the left
people to Washington.
Oh, speaking of which, friends, as soon as Sylph, you are welcome to stay as long as you want, but when you leave, I'm gonna spin some music.
Kind of the middle three quintiles.
I'm gonna leave too.
And drink.
We kind of are set
That
up
drink is finished. Fill it up with water and come back.
leadership positions tend to be
One glass of water, mostly because I have to pee.
very, very
You got
hard.
one more sip and then it's done.
I'm going to start. Actually, I'll start with you.
You just leave. You'd be like, "Fuck you."
No, I'll finish my drink.
Evident in urination as well.
No, we have the biggest problem, I think, just personal opinion, that we have is the
And that guy would be like a really cool principal.
way democracy fails when you have special interest group become the majority. So just to give you a number, in 2021, 50% of the eligible electorate was over 50, and soon it's going to be 60%. So if you wonder why we went from 20% of all public spending on pensions to 40% and it's going to the 50%.
Because more people are getting old, then this isn't a problem. If there's more old people, then like a higher percentage of the fucking government's resources should go to the old people, right? Like, I'm sorry, am I wrong?
You're not wrong, but he is making a good point about special interests versus the general public.
I don't think old people is a special interest because some people are just old.
That's where I would disagree with him.
Like, are my parents a special interest or are they just old people?
I believe they're just old people.
They're nice too. I like them.
Is that nobody is over 50 is going to vote for reducing.
But over 50, that's not even that old. I'm like a year away from being 50. It's just not that old. It sucks. It's not good to be 50. I suppose it's better to be 25, but.
Yeah, the further I get away from 25, the more
you appreciate 25.
Yeah. I was pretty dumb when I was 25 though, so.
But your body's ability to recover from the things that you were,
oh man,
things that I was doing in my mind.
Very soon we will not be able to afford that.
I walked with a cane a lot when I was 25 though, so I'm a little bit.
Wait,
skewed.
were you was that cane? Were you hitting people if they didn't agree with you, or like what was up? With
I've never hit anyone with my cane. So I had a back injury when I was like 22, and for about 12 years I walked with a cane on and off.
But the structure of how balance is provided doesn't work. So the answer is because people.
Well, then it's not a very balanced structure, is it, sir?
As always asked.
I did not have a cane sword, unfortunately. Never bought a cane sword. I should.
You ever have like a briefcase gun? Like, get smart.
At describing problems and dissecting how do you solve that is a very hard thing to do. You need to ask whether my 90-year-old father should be allowed to vote on pension increases.
I'm sorry, if this man's father is 90 years old, I feel like it is absolutely none of my business. And I shouldn't have to ask anything. Nor should the government. Does he want to vote? Cool, a pops can vote. like what? My 90-year-old father, friend, what are you talking about?
Right.
So I think that's a fundamental
cane swords aren't legal in California?
I don't think so. Neither is like your 90-year-old father running for president, maybe.
I guess it's good. No, 90 is like the minimum age now.
Turn 60, so I'm becoming part of the problem.
You look fit.
All right, I'm going to leave you with these people one more time while I pee and pour another drink, and then you and your cat ears can like leave.
If you think about
you look 59.
It's like, who is this guy, and why is Scott Galloway cooler than this other guy? I think it's just because Scott Galloway shaved his whole head, and this guy's like trying to fight it, and won't wear a hat. This guy could just wear a tinfoil hat, and it'd be fine. Neutralize Scott Galloway. I'll be right back.
Where's my tinfoil hat?
Some good medication. But kidding aside, and some good creams.
Did you guys know you can buy Dave's hat, the tinfoil hat, on eplex.store?
Democracy, and how do you make sure it fails? Now, it's starting in Germany and other countries that the young people, even young parliamentarians, are organizing themselves. But the reality is, people over 60 vote 90%. People under 25 only vote 40% and less. So the young guys are not even voting. So they're not being represented. And if they vote, they often vote for very particular interests. right? I want to save the planet, I want to do this and that. While the old people who have all the money are very clever to unite themselves and protect. So we need to fix this. And it's very hard to fix. And you see in countries like Italy, who haven't grown since 1994, after Germany, my favorite country in the world, people only talk about distribution of wealth and preservation rather than about growing it. And we need to remind humans, if you want to distribute something, you need to earn it before. Right? So again, there's a lot of problems. I think it's the number one problem for Western democracies. The US is different. I learned from you yesterday evening that you have another one.
I'm going to have to disagree with that. If you pull something out of the ground, you can distribute it. You didn't really earn it. Like, one of the things I don't like about America, one of the many things I don't like about America, is we don't view things that come out of the ground as communal property. Whereas in other countries, you know, if you have like a big oil field full of oil and you pull that out of the ground and make a bunch of money on it, that money is taxed and goes to the people. Whereas in America, you know, if you buy a parcel of land, you get to just take all of the wealth out of that land, suck it dry, and then reap all the benefit from that, and then sell it.
Speak to somebody who is on one side or other of obviously what is a devastating.
You're Scott Galloway.
War. What do you think is taking us further apart, and how was your organization able to quote unquote bring people together?
Let me look to the
Quote
problem.
unquote, bring people together.
Perspective.
Yep.
How we see the world define our actions and our decisions. And the problem is that people now spend more and more time in digital reality, which is overloaded with fakes, disinformation, and propaganda. It's led to a situation
I
that
can
people
run an ad break on Twitch.
to make a distinction between
I
lie
can do
and
that.
they are
Yeah, you should do that. Run an ad break.
different
I
kinds
don't
of
wanna do that. I'm actually
We'll all
going to
get
raid you.
So what we have
Oh man, I'm about
gonna-
to raid the other channel. Yeah, like
Well, hold
we're
on,
not,
let me
we're not
raid you
long for
first.
this actually.
we have a situation when
How do I
people
do that? How
This
can
is
I raid
Davos.
you?
I don't know how you raid me, but hold on. Give me like 3 minutes of your time. What do you think of what you saw at Davos?
So far, it's been mostly fucking garbage. I'd probably like to
Wait, was
see
there
the
a
rest
good part?
I'd probably like to see the rest of this talk, because this talk in particular has been like the one so far relatively good thing that we
I think
have.
it's just because you started drinking and you're like into it now.
Well, this one in particular is like, it's talking about stuff that I actually do care about, and
Myself, we just 53 months.
half of what they're saying I agree with. So, you know, it's I can't say that I fully agree with this talk, but it's the one that I've actually found some common ground with the speakers. So yeah, for the most part though, Davos,
look at you all like
for the most part, Davos has been absolute fucking garbage. 90% of what we watched today was fucking garbage.
Although if somebody paid you a few $1 million to just like go there and lie to people on a panel, I think I feel like that for the greater good, you could do that, right?
I mean, I wouldn't lie to people, but yeah, I would do that.
I'd go lie to people for a few $1 million.
All right. I'm going to start the raid over to you.
All right,
So
hold on. How
everyone's
do I?
gonna
Oh,
raid
look
you.
at this. Bye.
Well, no, they'll continue to see me because I'm on your channel too. If that's how it works.
No, I
I'm
removed you from my channel. I'll put you back. All right.
raid now. Okay, so we're raided
Hell
over
yeah.
to you. Ecoplex Media's content is intended for certain audiences.
Yeah, that's true.
What kind of audiences are you intended for?
Oh, you click through and find out. Actually, it's the fuck around part.
Only the best
what does this
audiences
mean?
is what it is. All right. I'm gonna
Thank you
go
for
ahead
joining
and,
me tonight. This would have been
yeah,
way
thank you for
less
having
fun
me.
without you. I don't know if I would have done a better or worse job without you, but it would have been way less fun. And I'm not even supposed to be here tonight. So
You would have done a better, worse, or equal job without me.
well, those are the three genders.
Yeah, better, worse, and equal. Yeah,
So I'm gonna move on to the next thing too, but I have to move on to myself by myself to move on to the next thing. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about now. I'm gonna send people to my DJ channel in a minute.
All right. You too, Drake. Take it easy, and I'm gonna go ahead and stop my stream now. I should put up my
Bye.
transition screen. Bye.
Bye.